hope you're doing very well. Yeah, happy Saturday. How are you? How is everything? Have you been good? Have you been good? Have you missed me? Yeah, it's Higurashi time today. Are you so ready? Are you so ready? Are you so ready? Wow, I saw that you guys were killing each other. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. Please don't kill each other. You killed me too. the stream avatars. I don't know if I had to see how YouTube Parsley can sign up to that. I keep forgetting to put that in my description. But yeah. Also, Mishushi, thank you so much for the member. Thank you. I was actually gonna talk to Parsley's about members, because I've decided something. So Higurashi is like a pretty long series. I feel like all visual novels, except for like the ones that you finish in like a day, they're all pretty long, but I really enjoy them. Like I really enjoy them. However, I realized that it's so difficult for people to like catch up with the story. And well, I'm okay with like writing summaries, and I will keep doing that. I think that it would be so nice if we had a little reading club. So I think we will start a reading club. Unfortunately, it is not like something that can be done on Twitch, like subscriber only. It exists, but it doesn't quite work the same way as membership streams. But I'm thinking that maybe what we can do eventually, this is like very raw, so it's you know, it's just a project for now. But maybe I can get somebody to stream in like a sub on Twitch, Parsley's VC, just to restream my YouTube stream there, if that makes sense. And we can have a little reading club, and I think that would be so awesome, so nice. So yeah, I hope that's something that you would enjoy. I don't know. I just love reading. I think it's so good for me, honestly. I really love having something to read. And of course, while I love like reading books, visual novels are something I'm really getting into, you know? And I want to read, I want to read Clannad, like I told you. So, and I really want to read Clannad. Like that's at the forefront of my mind right now. I feel like I would really enjoy it. So yeah, that would be cool. I think that would be cool. But yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. How have you been? Happy weekend. Hope you've been able to rest a little bit or catch up with like, you know, homework. If you had that piling up. I know that some people out there have been really stressed about work and schoolwork and stuff, so I hope you've been able to get all the stuff you wanted to get done, and that you've been doing really well, and that you missed me a little bit even though you saw me yesterday. It's okay. I know how it is. I get it. You love me, you miss me. Oh no! I hope you can get some rest at some point. You're messing with LEDs? Makes me feel like I'm working on a college assignment. But wait, that's really fun. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm the kind of person that would find college assignments probably like fun to a certain degree. There's something wrong with me. I've been doing like a lot of stuff offline, but I can't talk about them. I can't talk about any of them, really. I've been contacting a lot of people. I can say that. I've been contacting a lot of people that I'm working with on really exciting things. But that's all I can say. That's all I can say. You'll have to wait and see. Give it some time. But yeah, that's what I've been really up to offline. It's been too long. Hi, Emperor. Hello. It's been 24 whole hours. But technically speaking, it hasn't been 24 hours. But it's okay. No worries. I'm here. And they say, Daddy's home. Wait, you know that song? Is it like, what, Usher? Neo? I can't remember, because they both have songs like that. Usher? Okay. Nice. She's building her own Metal Gear. Dude, why would you expose my secret project like that? What the heck? Why? Disturb, thank you so much for the 4 months to Prime. Thank you. Welcome back. Oh, 4 months. I hope you've been enjoying. And yeah, thanks again, Mishushi. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I feel like it's funny how the more I interacted with the outside world, like other countries, like, you know, District B, so many people from my own country found me through District B. And I think that's so funny. Not about anyone specifically, but there's like a lot of people that I know found me from District B that are from my country, and I think that's beautiful. We are kindred spirits. Yeah. Pepsi, hello, how are you? Welcome. Thank you so much for the 34 months to tier 1. I hope you've been doing well. Hello. Gosh. Oh, and thank you, Neko, for the gift of sub to Pepsi. Thank you. Yeah, no, I also couldn't rest super well yesterday, so I'm excited to read something that's gonna keep me up. I wonder how far into the story we are. I really don't know, because last time we certainly got further than I expected. And it was, you know, we yapped a lot that day. 45%. I disagree. I think we're like 60%, honestly. Maybe in 2 sittings we finish it, probably, I'm gonna say. Ballpark. But yeah, that's so exciting. Oh my gosh. All right, are we ready? Should we just hop on? It's been like 20 minutes, so maybe I should just hop on and start for the day. All right, wait, let me see. Alrighty. Oh, I think I mentioned this, but just letting you know, speaking of visual novels, next week, Mint and I will voice act a Yuri Vien. And I think that's beautiful. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh my god, I need to be so fast. But I can see it. Oh shoot. Where is it? No! No! Stop it! forget that there's like a glitch there. Oh my gosh. Thank you. One of the things I've been working on behind the scenes is related to Higurashi. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Alrighty, we're back on Higurashi, baby. Let's go. Are you so excited? I'm gonna give you the recap because I feel like it's good to do that. It's like funny. So we're gonna do the narrated recap of last chapter. But yeah, Dreadful, thank you so much for the tier 2 resub for 18 months. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So you're so cute. Hey, no, Parsley's are cute. Parsley's are cute. It's my first time hearing the story. Okay, well. So it's interesting. I want you to experience it properly, and there's a part of me that selfishly wants you to hang out with us, but we do have a little summary that I made for the other parts, because you're not really gonna understand anything if you don't know the context, right? But if you just want to hang out today and just get the context later, that's fine too. Here, I made this recap here. Wait, there we go. Now I know that's a really long and intimidating link, and it technically is, I pasted it twice, I'm sorry. But, it technically is a little bit long. However, trust me, this is very summarized. Like, it took a lot of love in my heart to write such a concise yet, perfectly balanced summary. I think I did a really good job, honestly. So I hope you can enjoy it. If just reading the full thing is not quite your speed, that's perfectly fine. But yes, there you go. I made a recap, and I will recap what happened last time. But yes, there's a lot more context. This is basically the second game. Technically, you don't need to play the first game to really enjoy this one, technically, but it's much better if you do. However, this is the third part of the second game. The fourth part, sorry. So I'll read a recap of the third part, I'm sorry, my brain. And then we can jump into the game, all right? But first, before we do that, let me say hello to everybody. Can we get a little bit of a roll call really quickly? Yahoo, hello, Yahoo, Eric, hello. Yahoo, Yukami, Yahoo, 404. Oh, is that not the clean link? What happened? Oops, my bad. Yahoo Carb, Yahoo Cheese, Yahoo Soen, Yahoo Jet Fuel, Yahoo Lumen, Yahoo Kage, Yahoo Nuts, Yahoo Eric, Yahoo Chumi, Yahoo everybody, Yahoo. Yahoo JT, Yahoo Kale, Yahoo Ashoka-chan, Yahoo everybody, Yahoo. Hello. All right. That being said, or meowed. Previously on Higurashi no Rakokoro ni. It's Watanagashi time! All of the MCs meet at the festival and their usual shenanigans begin. In the natural and classical Hinamizawa fashion, they start to exaggerate about how good the food from the different food stands was in order to help the sellers' businesses, and Rika-chan is ready to begin her Watanagashi shrine maiden duty and performance. Shion suddenly intrudes in their fun and teases Mion as usual, and Keiichi is a pervert, also as usual. The kids get separated on the way to Rika's performance, and Keiichi is left alone. In the crowd, the only person he comes across is Shion, who leads him away from the crowd and towards the back of the shrine grounds, causing Keiichi to misunderstand that they were just searching for a better spot to watch the performance. But actually, all Shion wanted was to eavesdrop on Takano-san and Tomitake-san having what she believed to be a romantic rendezvous. Oh my goodness. From behind a bush. However, what they were actually doing was break into a warehouse within the shrine grounds because of Takano's research in Hinamizawa's folktales. According to her, there were enshrined ritualistic tools within the warehouse, which she called a sanctuary no one is allowed to set a single foot within. However, they were trying to break in and they invited Shion and Keiichi to join. After being peer pressured by Shion, Kei-chan obliges and both of them join Takano while a scared Tomitake guards the door. Within the shrine, the kids learn a lot of dark stories of the history of Hinamisawa from Takano about demons who came from the underworld through the local swamp called Onigafuchi. And Hinamisawa was also called Onigafuchi Village, meaning Deep Pool of Demons Village, because it was said that demons used to attack the villagers, and that's when Oyashiro-sama, the local deity, descended to protect the villagers, but wouldn't fight with violence since Oyashiro-sama is thought to be a benevolent god, so he simply urged them to return to from whence they came. I hope that expression is correct. I never understood that, but anyways, that's anecdotic. Yet the demons claimed they could never return because they were banished from hell, so they began living among humans and in human bodies given to them by God. Takano explained that there was that was the ending of the fairy tale, but that there's a lot more legend surrounding the theory that the villagers of Hinamisawa are descended from demons. Keiichi gets taunted for questioning whether some of that story is based on historical facts, because even though he didn't believe in demons per se, he understood that sometimes in ancient Japanese culture, foreigners and some other kinds of people would be called demons. Takano reassures him that a lot of people think that to be the case, even if she prefers the more fantastical explanation, whatever that means. She's so scary. At the same time, all of a sudden, Shion is acting really weird, looking around as if she had noticed something, but brushes it off. Takano continued to explain that the demons are man-eating demons and that sometimes people would get demoned away, a term called onikakushi, to be feasted upon, which is why the night of the festival is known as Watanagashi, which we came to know as Cotton Drifting Festival. Wata equal cotton, and nagashi equals or meaning setting adrift. However, wata also means entrails, so basically using cotton and making it drift down the river stream to wash their sins and sadness away, was actually an adaptation of an older ritual where human guts from a yearly sacrifice were drifted down the river to satisfy the demon and God's decision to allow them to live among the villagers in order to protect themselves from being the ones demoned away or cursed. They even explained that Rika's dance was done with a festival hoe, which was actually a tool for dissecting human bodies, and that's when Keiichi realized that the warehouse was filled with that kind of tools used for dissection and torture. Shion expressed curiosity and fear about these rituals still being held till the present day, and whether that was the reason for Takano's research. That's when she shared about a semi-recent occasion where someone died from dismemberment. Takano also briefly mentioned a canned food incident, but they were quickly interrupted by Tomitake, who heard a loud sound despite how quiet and careful they were inside. And when he warned them about the festival ritual coming to an end, they left Takano, then he warned them about the festival ritual coming to an end. That's my bad. They left Takano, who was still taking pictures inside, and the kids went outside with Tomitake. Shion and Keiichi split, and she commanded him not to say anything to any of the girls, especially her sister. Before they parted ways, a very adamant Shion asked Keiichi if he didn't hear the super loud thumping inside the shrine, as if a child was jumping, but Keiichi hadn't heard anything at all. Shion then claimed she was kidding, but Keiichi didn't believe her. This whole exchange left him feeling incredibly worried, and after Shion left, Mion came around and asked him if he saw her sister, but Keiichi promised he wouldn't say anything, so he denied it. The next day on the way to school, Mion was late and looked like she had been running to their meeting spot for a greater distance than usual, but she just said she was a bit sick from drinking with her family the day before. However, Mion acted super weird at school, asking him about Tomitake, Takano, but most importantly Shion again, in a very particular and sort of threatening manner, which made Keiichi feel like she knew he spent the evening with Shion. When Keiichi denied seeing any of them, Mion told him she'd tell everyone he's not involved with anything bad, though Keiichi is left unsure about who everyone was. He said goodbye to his friends, and Rena told him to be careful since he looked sick like Mion too. When he got home, his mother asked him to take some things to the library in Okinomiya Station when Shion called him to ask him to meet to talk about something important around there anyways. So they met at the library, which is also a government office. Within the library, that's such a complicated mouthful of a word. Oh my god. Within the library, Shion explained to him that she didn't live in Hinamisawa with Mion, that she actually lived there in Okinomiya, and that Mion lived with her grandma in Hinamisawa since she was training for her... I got lost. Hold on. So she was training for when she eventually became the successor of the family, which sounded too grandiose to Keiichi. Suddenly, they were interrupted by Oishi, and Shion really doesn't like him, so she leaves quickly without even telling him what she went there for in the first place. Once she is gone, Oishi actually tells Keiichi that the Sonosakis are actually a very prominent group of Yakuza from the region, and ominously implies how easy it would be for the Sonosaki family to hide murders and crimes before subtly shifting the tone to the conversation to some sort of casual and totally illegal interrogatory, which he claims he is doing in such a random manner out in the open because going to his house would be even worse. And then he asked Keiichi the same exact questions Mion had asked him earlier, in a really insistent manner too, as if he knew for a fact he had in fact seen Takanoto, Mitake, and Shion the night of the festival. Keiichi denied this and said he didn't remember, but Oishi stated that Keiichi did in fact see them, and that Oishi himself spotted him talking to them and wished him a good year, which felt like another way of saying, "Watch your back." And that's what we saw last time in Higurashi no Nakokoro ni. Let's go! So yeah, that's the recap. I hope you enjoyed. I hope that was pretty concise and understandable, I guess. And yeah. Hope it was good. Alrighty. I think it's time to begin. Now that we've said hello, we've caught up, we have recap. Is there anything else? Checklist. I have my daily iced tea here. You're like the best recapping summarizer I've ever heard. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's all that academic trauma. I'm joking. What? Who said that? That's Gracie Sugiyaki. Why would you say that? Whoa. No, yeah, summarizing is the best. I think we were talking about it yesterday, but I think summarizing is certainly part of like the learning process for me. Because it's like digesting the information, basically. Or at least it helps digest the information. But to be honest, I think in order to summarize something, you need to digest the information. So, yeah. Also, I love how the shrine looks in the background. I think it's so cool. And it really reminds me of a shrine in Silent Hill that we actually didn't get to see, but it looks very similar. And it's really cool how everything overlaps. It's awesome because if I take a while to come back to it, I can read my summary. Yeah, heck yeah. It's great. All right, let's go. I'm so ready. I think it's this one, I hope. Yes. Oh my god, it's been a while. I forgot. It's been 10 days. Okay, for Keiichi and the deeper voices, since I've been a little bit sick, I might sound a little scuffed. Please forgive me. I think, like, to be honest, the parts I've watched back of my playthrough, I realized that I don't really change my voice for Keiichi. Like, I think I am, and I'm certainly doing something with my throat, which makes me have a really raspy throat later. But at the very least, the way I sound is just how I usually sound. It's just, I guess it's more so the mannerisms with which I speak that change, but I guess like my actual pitch is the same. Even though I could have sworn that I sounded so much deeper. I guess I don't. Dang it. I really want to develop a deeper voice for stuff like that, but it's not my forte. I think my forte is certainly higher pitched voices, you know? Sugikame. I tried. I feel like I used to be better at that, but I don't know. Maybe my voice became more high-pitched. I considered even using like a pitch. Hold on, I'll show you. I'll show you. Hold on. I hope this doesn't glitch anything. I think if I do this... Hold on. 1 second. Okay.
Hello? Can you hear that? Like, hello? Oh yeah. I thought like using this thing. Hey, my name is Oshi Mark. I'm kicking my bike when I suck. I suck. I'm a weirdo. I'm a freak. I'm a weirdo. I'm a freak. I'm a weirdo. Wait, hold on. Can we do the other way around? Hold on. Octave up.
Anyways. Anyways. But yeah, I thought, like, I was playing around with it and trying to configure it, but it sounds really robotic even when it's not. Like, there are... I can make it less deep, if that makes sense, as the deeper one. Not as deep as the octave down one is what I'm trying to say, but it's still, you know, it still sounds very computerized. I hope that makes sense. Oh yeah, she does Summer's curse? No, Alvin's curse. So true. All right. Anyways, let's begin. I was on my way back home. The cries of the Higurashi accentuated the already lonely evening. More time had passed than I thought. The orange of the dusty sky was being chased down, little by little, by an indigo color approaching from the east. Exhausted from the slow climb towards Hinamisawa without even noticing, I'd gotten off my bicycle and was pushing it uphill. I don't understand any of this. No one had told me to my face that I'd done something wrong. No, in fact, it might have been much easier on me that way. What happened yesterday really was just my curiosity. Sorry. It really was no more than a quiet prank, no more than having the courage to cross at a red light, as long as you did it with other people. The storehouse for ritual implements, hollowed ground only accessible to the family of the priest. Ooh, he's feeling guilty. For sure, I'd seen terrifying things that I'd never imagined I would be there. Thinking on it now, though, it didn't matter what was stored away inside. It didn't make the wrong I had committed any more right. ちょっと待ってね, 1 second. This song slaps. Okay. What the four of us did, Mion seemed to know about it. For some reason, even the police were trying to learn what the four of us did. Did we do something so bad? Really? It doesn't matter how wrong it was. I did something wrong. It was nothing more than that, and yet I couldn't accept it. I didn't apologize to Mion or Oishi-san. All I did was shield myself with ambiguities. I did something wrong yesterday. I set foot into a forbidden storehouse for a little bit of mischief. I'll forget everything I saw in there. I won't ever do something like that again either. I'm sorry. If I apologize like that, would they forgive me? The suddenly cool evening air left no room for such sentiment. However, as it mercilessly chilled my feet, urging me to head home as soon as possible. In the end, the evening air was correct. If I trudged along with an isolated road, regrets would pile on top of regrets, but nothing would change. Let's go home. I'll go home. Go to my room, put on my favorite music or something, Forevermore by Sugi, and go to bed. Okay, that's why he didn't say Forevermore by Sugi, because that would never be plain and boring. Anyways. That might sound plain and boring, but it's probably the strongest I've felt all day. Now that I've made a decision, there's no point in dawdling. Dawdling? Dawdle? That. What? What? Hello? I can't say that word. It's like waddling, but reversed. Dawdling. Dawdling? I think that's right. Okay. Now that I've made a decision, there's no point in dawdling in a place like this. I sat back on my bike. I'm sorry. I pushed hard on the pedals. I rapidly advanced forward. I steadily gained speed. The wind was cutting and mercilessly cold, but it actually felt good, as if it were softly punishing me. Oh my god, Kichi. Kichi is such a good rider. Kichi, have you considered that instead of being sexist, you could be a writer? I'm just saying. What? That's crazy. I didn't eat much dinner before excusing myself early and returning to my bedroom. He gets it from his dad. His dad is an artist, Lumen. They don't know yet. They don't know what kind of artist yet. Well, he's a painter, right? He's a painter. We don't know. We technically don't know if his dad writes either. My mom called me from downstairs. Keiichi, you have a call. It's from Sonosaki-san. Sonosaki? Was it Mion? No, it was Shion. I just remembered she had something she wanted to tell me today. Sorry. Excuse me. Oishi-san interrupted us, so she didn't get the chance. Shion had said she'd call tonight. Hello. Is that you, Shion? Hello. I ran into a bit of trouble today, didn't we? She said it so plainly that I got a bit annoyed. I like how transparent he is, you know? She was the one who left me there and ran. Don't say that. I gave you the signal to run away with me, didn't I? You just sat there looking dazed, Kei-chan. I wasn't dazed. All of a sudden you left me there, and after that, I had to put up with that Oishi guy for ages. Don't complain to me about it. I can't believe she passed it off like that. She looks just like Mion, and yet inside she's this different. I got a little irritated at myself when I realized I was, somewhere in my mind, hoping for the same reaction I would get from Mion, even though she's a different person. Sorry. Next time I'll run away first thing and leave you there. Hey, it's ladies first. Shion laughed refreshingly. When I heard her voice, I realized that she wasn't really that angry or anything. It was just as she said. The cause of my temper was because it was my own fault for not leaving immediately. I'll stop blaming it on others. Blaming it on others would be... Anyway, you had something to tell me, right? Oh yeah. I mean, if you already know, then it's not something that bears repeating. Do you already know? Shion lowered her voice suddenly as if she were glancing around. I had no idea what I could already know. Sorry, but I have no clue what you're talking about. At least give me a hint. So that means you don't know. She seemed to take my stupid-sounding question as evidence. However, her voice didn't sound disappointed or exasperated in the slightest. Actually, it's about last night, during the Watanagashi festival. My entire body jolted as I was assailed by a terrible feeling. As I was assailed. I don't know what assailed means, really. Hi, Jerry. Hello. Is Shion going to ask me the same thing? Hello? Kei-chan, are you listening? Yeah. I am. What about last night? The four of us went in there, right? She didn't beat around the bush. Whether or not I wanted to admit it, that was the actual honest truth, and I couldn't act like it hadn't happened. Oh, it's a conjugation for assaulted? That's so interesting. Oh my god. Wow. The more you know. That's crazy. Wow. 1 second. I don't know. Give me one moment, please. Okay. Sorry about that. It's kind of weird The word? I forgot. Okay. Then after that, we walked away together and then went our separate ways near the stone stairs, right? Takano-san and Tomitake-san went to the stream and you stayed there, Kei-chan. I went over to see some relatives. Yeah. Why do you ask? There. We won't make any progress if we keep asking each other questions, so let me ask this question first, okay? You mean, did I see Tomitake-san and Takano-san last night? Huh? Oh, yes. Did you see the two of them after that? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. Sorry, I keep having an issue with my setup. Give me one moment. I'm sorry. Actually, really quickly, let me adjust something here too. Would this be better? Hi, Daisabuno. Hello, hello, welcome in. Okay. Okay, let's see if this works better. I wish I had like... Sorry. Yeah, I wish there was a bigger like resolution, but I think this looks normal. All right. Like a bigger one that isn't full screen is what I mean. This is the third time I've been asked this question today. Why? 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 What the hell was going on? Why are you asking me that? No, Kei-chan, I'm asking the question. Please answer me. Did you, Shion? Excuse me. I'm still a little sick. Please forgive me. Okay, did you, Shion? If you answer first, then I'll answer. My shabby response betrayed how scared and small I felt now, after everything that had happened today. Shion didn't say anything for a few moments. Just as I was beginning to think I'd really put my foot in my mouth, with that response, she finally answered me. Of course I didn't see them. My relatives were with me and they can vouch for that. I didn't see them either. People can vouch for me too, like Mion, Rena, and everyone else. Ooh, is she like... Why does she feel like so accusatory, no? A little bit. Now that we knew our answers matched, she let out a sigh that sounded more relieved than anything else. Thank you for answering me honestly. Okay then, I'll tell you. Apparently last night, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died. Again. In this loop too? That's crazy. Sorry, Shion. What was that you just said? Apparently, last night, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died. I love that sound. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need the volume to be a lot louder though. Maybe this. There. Okay. Takano-san was found burned to death. Tomitake-san was... Well, it looked like a suicide. I found out this morning. I heard my dad talking to a relative on the phone about it. Late last night, a police car on its way back from festival security duty had discovered Tomitake-san lying in the middle of the road, heading towards Okinomiya. He had clawed out his throat and died. It's different? No, it seems the same for now. Let me know if that's loud. It's a little loud for me, but I can adjust it on my end if it's good for us. For you, I mean. Is it different? I mean, for now, I feel like it sounds the same. Okay, let me see. Like there? Is that better? Kayla's right? Okay, let's see. Hold on. You're right! Takano! Wait! Yeah, you're right! It's Takano, right? Last time Takano was missing. But this time she's dead. Oh my god! Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Good eye, good eye. That's really good. What? He clawed out his own throat? That right, cheerful Tomitake-san committed suicide? That can't possibly be right. Excuse me. The police did an autopsy. He did it with his own fingernails. He scratched at his throat so hard that he ruptured his blood vessels and bled out. He died in a pool of his own blood. That's what they said. I've never heard of such an insane suicide. You can just scratch open your own throat like that. I realized I was yelling too loudly, so I lowered the force I was putting into my voice. I didn't want my parents to hear me, so I switched to the cordless phone and ran up to my own room. Wow, technology. Sorry for yelling. So, was Takano-san... was that a suicide too? In her case, it's a little unclear. Takano-san's body was found in the mountains of Gifu Prefecture. It's Gifu, right? Or is it Gifu? Sorry, I know, it's like such a, it's so similar to when people ask if it's Ghibli or Ghibli. And I know Japanese people hate it when people ask that, but I've always heard Gifu, although it's with a G, so I don't know. It's like Gifu? Okay. I see. I see. Interesting. Wait, I'm actually really curious. Well, give me 1 second. I'm gonna look it up. Sorry, I'm clearing my throat so much. Let's see.
Gifu Prefecture.
Yeah. Okay, that was a really thick accent. Gifu. Okay, it's Gifu. It sounds a lot softer. I like Gifu more, honestly. Oh, by the way, this is unrelated, but should I remove stream avatars for this? I feel like maybe it's a little anticlimactic, but I don't know. Maybe you want to see yourself. Oh, excuse me. What happened? Where did my game go? What happened? I think I accidentally deleted the source. Oops. There we go. Yeah, maybe I'll remove that because I feel like it's kind of anticlimactic for now. Maybe if we take a break or we yap, we can have it again. Okay. 1 second. Okay. Takano-san's body was found in the mountains of Gifu Prefecture. Employees at a rest stop nearby reported to the police late that night that they could see flames in the mountains. The firefighters dispatched there were the first ones to find her. An autopsy concluded that it was the burned corpse of a half-naked female. They initially considered the body beyond recognition, but directly after, there was a request for a dental comparison for the prefectural police station in Okinomiya. And the results concluded that it was Mio Takano. Well, that's the first time we read her full name, I think. The cause of death wasn't confirmed, but it was highly likely to have been a homicide, since she was in her undergarments and her clothes were nowhere in the area. Ooh. The oil drum had fallen over, so it's also possible she burned herself to death. It couldn't possibly have been suicide. If you're going to die, there are plenty of easier ways, aren't there? This can't be suicide. That's what I think. It's unthinkable that Tomitake-san would kill himself too. After the two of us rattled on at each other, there was a silence as we paused to catch our breaths. And as we calmed our nerves, right then I understood what Shion's story actually meant. I think it will end up being Oyashiro-sama's curse. We all did more than enough to deserve it after all. Deserve? You gotta be kidding. It's not like Shion wanted to see it with me. I just went along with her. I tried to say that, but I fell silent. Nothing would come of me blaming others. It didn't matter how much everyone else encouraged me. I could have put my foot down. I lost to my own half-assed sense of adventure and agreed to go in with them. Yes, it was my fault and no one else's. Shion, last night, when we snuck into the ritual storehouse, did you predict things would turn out this way? Of course not. I mean, I thought it was pretty risky, but I never even dreamed something like this could happen. Shion's words were probably her true feelings. She knew she could get in trouble if we were caught, but that was the thrill of this little adventure. It was the same for me. Besides that, Kei-chan, think about it for a moment. Didn't Oyashiro-sama's curse turn out a little strange this year? It was already plenty strange seeing as how Tomitake-san and Takano-san died like that. Given all that, what could possibly be stranger? I mean that they found 2 corpses. Remember what I said? Every other year, 1 person would die, and 1 person would disappear. This year is the first time 2 people have been found dead. That may be true, but that's not a huge deal, is it? It is, Kei-chan. Think about it harder. Listen, if 2 people died because of Oyashiro-sama's curse, then in order to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger, 2 people would need to be sacrificed. Is that how it works? So what? Tomitake-san and Takano-san died, so now 2 people are going to go missing this year? I don't understand why, but when I said that, I felt my spine freeze. I don't think anyone's been confirmed missing yet. I think that those 2 people have yet to disappear. Shion, like me, was obviously getting the same feeling crawling down her back. 2 people have yet to disappear? Shion didn't answer. I couldn't say any more than that either. A chill crept in through my clothes and tried to wrap into a fist around my heart. Cold hands feeling about on my chest. Neither of us could say anything. Tomitake-san opened the lock and he died. Takano-san exposed the ritual storehouse and she died. If 2 more people were to be sacrificed, then they would be none other than the ones who entered with them. None other than us. No, this has to be a joke. I wanted so much for her to pass this off as a joke, even now. That thought was such an incredibly difficult and selfish request. Ooh. If Tomitake-san and Takano-san had died in a common way, like a car accident, I could tell myself it was a coincidence. Instead, he clawed out his own throat, and she burned to death, drowned in oil in the mountains. The 2 deaths were so out of the ordinary that I couldn't possibly dismiss it as mere coincidence. It was as if, in exchange for sneaking into the ritual storehouse, there must be someone punishing us, some sort of cruel will working behind the scenes. Even so, I still didn't want to accept that terrifying truth. If I did, then I would have to acknowledge that a horrible crisis was growing near for Shion and I. That's why I argued against it. I argued knowing I was running away. In the first place, it's not even in the newspaper, is it? Such a monstrous incident would be all over the newspapers and television. Magazine writers would flood the village too, thinking it would make for an interesting story. Of course it's not reported by the media. That's how it was in the past too. When the incidents occurred for the 3rd year in a row, there were some 3rd-rate magazines that sniffed out the story and ran issues full of gossip columns about Hinamizawa. Fearing that the region would develop a negative stigma, they negotiated with the prefecture and the police. Since last year, it became a big conspiracy where no information about the incidents was allowed to be leaked to the media. I hear the elders and the top brass from the Sonosaki family put all the pressure they could on the police. Then you mean their deaths are going to be dealt with in total secrecy? That's how it is. Of course the police are investigating. That's being performed in secret too, though. So I hear the investigation itself is very restricted in what I can and can't do. You could essentially say they're interfering with a police investigation. The story was unbelievable. People died and yet they don't publicize it and deal with everything in secret. If we break it down further, it means that no matter who dies on the night of the Watanagashi, it won't go public. That's the biggest pile of BS I've ever heard. Imagine he's envious in that situation. Sorry. Kei-chan, before I said how the villagers could be the ones carrying out Oyashiro-sama's curse, that's what I meant. At some point, a tradition was created here in Hinamisawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone on the night of the Watanagashi, under the guise of it being Oyashiro-sama's curse. When someone dies on the night of the Watanagashi, it turns into the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The curse turns into the serial murder incidents. In order to avoid exacerbating the negative stigma surrounding Hinamisawa, those incidents are dealt with in secret. That's insane. Dead and missing people turn up every year? However bad the stigma gets, the police have to draw the line somewhere, don't they? You could say the incidents happening every year is mysterious, but the police can't get the job done when they need to. After all, the incidents always get resolved individually. It doesn't end up being a string of incidents, you know? It just so happens that something unfortunate happens on the night of the Watanagashi every year. That's all it turns into. Most of the criminals responsible for the original dismemberment were arrested. The last one managed to get and stay away, but the events were totally exposed and elucidated, so it was in essence resolved. The dam supporting couple who died in an accident on the second year, that was an accidental death, plain and simple. They made a lot of investigations into the possibility of it having been a homicide, but they didn't turn up anything. It ended up as an accident. It was resolved. On the third year, the priest fell ill and passed away. There were doctors present at the hospital, at his deathbed, and they all had trustworthy medical certificates. They even did an autopsy. It concluded that it wasn't a homicide. That was resolved too. On the fourth year, her sister-in-law of the dam supporting couple was murdered. The criminal was an abnormal man with a history of regular psychostimulant usage. He confessed that he thought Oyashiro-sama's curse was so interesting he wanted to try it out. The criminal died of an accident while imprisoned, so this incident was essentially resolved as well. That's right. None of the incidents had any relation to another, and each was independently resolved. So then why does an unfortunate coincidence occur every year on the night of the Watanagashi? You can try and say it's a string of related incidents, but they are not related. Yet every year someone always dies, and someone always disappears. The story Takano-san told me on the day before during the setup. Now that the curse really had occurred this year, I couldn't just laugh it off. Then, does that mean it'll come for us too? Just like how one person dies and one disappears every year. Are you saying we'll be taken along with Tomitake-san and Takano-san in a race too? My lips had, at some point, become completely dry, and just saying that was difficult. Shion didn't respond, sorry. Her silence, however, was the clearest form of confirmation she could give me. Sure, we weren't somewhere we went somewhere we shouldn't have, but we were just looking, right? We didn't steal anything or take anything out, and we didn't tell anyone that we looked, right? I was already regretting having committed such a wrong. Even so, was it really so bad that Tomitake-san and Takano-san deserved such cruel deaths? Besides, I didn't care about anything I saw in there at all. Takano-san was the only one getting so happy over it, wasn't she? Takano-san was the only one at fault. I don't have anything to do with this. 1 second. Sorry, I keep needing to mute to clear my throat. I'm not interested. I'm not involved. I don't give a shit about what was there. Sorry. I feel weird without saying those parts, so I might just curse a little. I apologize. I knew saying so wouldn't solve anything. I could feel myself, my cold self in the innermost depths of my heart, disgusted at my pointless howling. However, my emotions had broken through the dam and I couldn't stop them anymore. The dam? Like the dam project. I didn't have any interest in any of this from the start, damn it. All I wanted to do was watch Rika-chan's performance. You were the one who pulled me away from that, weren't you, Shion? I don't give a rat's ass whether those two were trying to steal something or try to meet up secretly or whatever. That's right. You're the one who made me go in there in the first place, Shion. You were all, Kei-chan, you need to see what's inside, and you convinced me and then pulled me in. Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you going to do, damn it? How are you going to take responsibility for this, huh? Hey, are you Without any warning, the phone got off with the soft sound of the receiver being slammed down. Shion was just as terrified as I was. I just said some really self-centered things. He's right. Loki. He's right. My riled up emotions disappeared as if they'd existed and, in the first place, surged waves of deep regret at having run my mouth so irresponsibly. I could try to call out Shion's name from beyond the disconnected phone, but it was too late. What have I done? Shion was only trying to tell me as much as she could about this thing about to descend upon us. As for me, I could only whine like a child about it. I went to call her back, but then remembered she lived in Okinomiya. I didn't know her phone number. Since I had declared to Mion that I hadn't seen Shion last night, I couldn't just call Mion and ask her for Shion's phone number. Though I don't know if that's true, but okay. I couldn't even call her back. One sec. I was stricken with hopeless regret. I returned the receiver to its stand, and I simply prayed that Shion would call me back again. Please, Shion, calm down and call me again. Ring, 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 banana phone. Hello, this is Maebara. I swept off the receiver as though it wouldn't go through if I didn't grab it at that moment. Is this the Maebara residence? Excuse me for the late call. I'm Kimiyoshi. Is this the head of the household? It was the voice of a girl who clearly wasn't Shion. All my hopes rushed out of me. A girl? Oh, that was a girl? Kimiyoshi? I don't remember who that is, but we'll see. Is this the Maebara residence? Excuse me for the late call. I'm Kimiyoshi. Is this the head of the household? No, it isn't. If you need that, I'll go call him. I went to put the receiver back down, but the caller stopped me hurriedly. Oh, no. If he's busy, then it's fine. This may be a strange question, but is my old man paying you a visit? Who's Kimiyoshi? A girl? No, nobody's here at the moment. I see. Again, I apologize for calling you so late at night. Goodbye. I don't know who that was, but if Shion tried to call... Okay. Really loud sounds again. I forgot. Wait, hold on. I need a mental refresher. Yeah. I know we haven't. So, Parsley, don't worry. We will figure it out together, I guess. We will re-experience this together. I just don't remember how to voice them, I guess. Okay. Excuse me. I don't know who that was, but what if Shion tried to call while I was on the phone? I thought, bubbling with egotistic anger. Hey, wait. Give it a break, Keiichi Maebara. These are the selfish emotions that made Shion mad at me, aren't they? The more I thought about it, though, the more I thought that Shion had given up hope in the short time since we had a conversation and didn't want to call anymore. Calm yourself, Keiichi Maebara. If Shion does call again, then first apologize in a calm voice. If you do that, then Shion would understand. However, no matter how long I waited, the phone didn't ring again that night. Dang. Zang. Ooh, another episode. Oh my god. Higurashi when they cry. We're progressing. I mean, I don't know. Do you think Keiichi is at fault? I don't think he should have been mean, for sure. But I also think he's kind of right. Does that make sense? I don't know. I feel like he is kind of right. You know? Yeah. Honest mistake? I don't know. I think I would be upset too. That I got peer pressured into going to the shrine, but you know, I would also hold myself accountable, I think. It's understandable for him to feel that way. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. He could have said it better, though, for sure. There was no way I'd be able to sleep. When she hung up the phone like that, I realized for the first time what kind of situation I was in, as well as who the only ally who would support me was. I waited with bated breath for Shion to calm down and call me back. What would I do if the phone rang while I was sound asleep? No matter how long I waited, however, it never rang. Exhausted, whenever my mind started to wander, I would jolt awake as though I heard the phone ring. In the end, I brought the cordless phone with me into my futon and went to sleep with it in my arms. Though it still didn't amount to anything. Morning came, and by that time I was pretty sure she wasn't calling back. That was when a fierce drowsiness assailed me. Damn it. This is no time for sleep, Keiichi Maebara. I slapped myself in the face a few times. Then I went to the washroom and washed my face, which was something I usually didn't do. That wasn't enough either, so I even brushed my teeth. Wow, this guy's discovering personal hygiene. Awesome? Question mark? I guess. Oh. After that, I was finally wide awake. When Mion saw how strange I was acting, her eyes went wide. What's wrong, Keiichi? Are you going somewhere today? Yeah, to school. Why is she asking? It's so funny. Like, obviously, he's gonna go to school on a school day if he's not sick. You know? Oh, okay. I remember, I think. I think I just got a memory of something. Okay. Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good today. Do you have a cold? I'm not sick. I just didn't get much sleep. If I space out and start talking nonsense, just humor me. I wonder what kind of nonsense you'd say. I wonder. Now I'm looking forward to it. I felt utterly shattered, and I still hadn't picked myself back up this morning. And for precisely that reason, Rena's honest smile was a sight for sore eyes. Yo, what's up, Kei-chan? Rena? Good morning. What? Mii-chan, you look like you didn't get much sleep either. Mion had gone home early yesterday with a hangover, but she didn't look too good this morning either. Her usual cheerfulness was completely buried in shadow. Yeah, I went to bed a little, at like 3. I'm a little tired. 3? Right after yesterday? Hey, now, you can't keep staying up late. You probably read the first volume of a manga, though it was interesting, then read the entire thought it was interesting, then read the entire series, didn't you? I understand. I've done that before. I joked, trying to shake off my sleepiness. I was trying to be considerate. Sorry, my chair is really loud. However, neither Mion nor Rena smiled. In fact, they didn't even pay attention. Rena's expression immediately darkened. What? Wait, is this about the mater? He still hasn't been found? Nope. Hey, wait a minute. What are you talking about? You can't find the mayor? Even the classroom, which was normally bursting with bright, joking voices, seemed filled with a different sort of murmur today. Good morning, Keiichi-san. Have you heard? It looks like something terrible has happened. I don't really know this mayor person, but he's an old guy, right? Couldn't he just be wandering around senile? Around senile, sorry. The mayor is certainly not senile. He's a sprightly man who can teach both calligraphy and swordsmanship. He probably got lost somewhere, like me. Hello, Srika. Oh, I want to take you home. Not right now. Getting lost is only cute because children like Rika-chan do it. A worn-out old man getting lost isn't moi in the slightest. While my mind entertained dumb thoughts like that, our teacher arrived. Everyone rushed to their seats. Oh, Chikari! Good morning. Everyone, good morning. The glass greeting was normal, but the atmosphere in the room was heavy. Some of you may have already heard, but last night, despite the late hour, the mayor never came home. Is there anyone here who saw the mayor yesterday? One or two hands went up in silence, and they told her about having seen him. Dang, they're doing a police investigation in the classroom. That's crazy. Oh my god. None of it seemed to be vital information, however, and everyone began whispering amongst themselves. If anyone has seen the mayor, please tell an adult about it, all right? Now then, let's begin class. After that, the same old lessons began. Everyone with their hands up would be taken to police's custody. True. What a normal classroom, bro. Okay. The rumors, once quieted, blossomed in flowers again. At lunchtime, these flowers will blossom forevermore. Okay. I see. I could hear a few different conversations. They were mostly related to the mayor's disappearance. Summing them all up, I came out with this. Yesterday evening, the mayor went to a meeting at the Shrine's Assembly Hall. The meeting ended after the sun had fully set and everyone left. The elder's house was a bit far from the center of Hinamizawa. It was already late, and Hinamizawa doesn't have a lot of lights outside. Nobody saw the mayor after the meeting. However, because he would have been hungry, he wouldn't have taken any side trips. He would have gone straight home. However, no matter how long his family waited, he never returned. Some thought there might have been an accident. They left no stone unturned. They searched from the irrigation channels to the water wells, and even in the rice paddies, but they didn't find him. Of course, there was a limit to how far they could search in the middle of the night. Oof. Interesting. The police were going to wait for daylight, then have the young men of the town help search. If after all that they still didn't find him, they were apparently even going to go looking in the mountains. Ooh, scary. Sorry. Even now, at this moment, the adults were probably all searching for him. The more they searched in vain, and the more time passed, the only thing that came to mind was the curse, the rumors of Onikakushi, of the demoning away. Had he become this year's sacrifice to Yashiro-sama's curse, which had recently been occurring every year? That scary possibility, which everybody thought about, but nobody could say aloud, was slowly but surely spreading throughout the village. Was he demoned away and offered as a sacrifice to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger? My classmates were whispering to each other that the curse didn't happen this year, so there shouldn't have been any sacrifices. I, on the other hand, I knew. The curse did happen again this year, and there were 2 people that died. This may sound strange, but I hadn't exactly thought the elder would be the one to go missing. My reason was clear. Shion and I should have been a higher priority than him. The four of us were thieves that broke the taboo and set foot into the sacred... But how does he know that he didn't do anything? Set foot into the sacred ritual storehouse. If Tomitake-san and Takano-san had suffered mysterious deaths, then it should have been Mai and Shion's turn next. This time should have been Shion and Mie. I laughed painfully to myself. I'd yelled at Shion over the phone that I didn't want to end up in such a terrifying situation, but now that someone other than me had disappeared, I could only think that I should have been the first to go. Onigafuchi, the bottomless swamp, said to have been the place where they drowned sacrifices long ago. Just as it ran through my thoughts, the villagers must have also considered the swamp. Maybe police divers were plumbing its depths even now. Oh god, I'd be so scared to swim in that swamp. What? Especially, like, with what people say. I'd be so scared. They probably wouldn't find anyone. Not a single missing person had ever been found. They'd always suspected Onigafuchi, but not once have they ever turned up a corpse from it. After all, it was a devilish bottomless swamp from which no one who sings can ever return. I could hear someone telling their friends that in the classroom. Now that you mention it, Satoshi-san. He left around this time last year, didn't he? Huh? Satoshi? I heard that name before. He was right. He disappeared because of last year's curse. The conversation was happening in the seat next to me, so I could hear it clearly. Didn't we search the whole village like this for Satoshi-san too? We didn't find him either. What did we decide that was? A demoning away, right? Yeah. I heard that he withdrew all his savings and ran away from home. Someone from the police said there was someone who saw him get on the bullet train at Nagoya Station. Ran away, huh? I wasn't that interested in the reason, which seemed understandable in this case. Everyone else who disappeared had their own reasons too. Either they were still on the run because they were criminals, or they were a corpse that couldn't be found. It's not like any of them suddenly disappeared into thin air for no reason, but they disappeared. Someone disappeared whenever the curse took a life, as if by design. They may have had various understandable reasons, but they still disappeared. From that point of view, it really might have been a demoning away this time. The mayor's disappearance was the first such incident without a clear reason behind it. Of course, coming to that realization didn't help to resolve anything. God, I'm so excited for this part. Hold on to your horses, Parsleys. Hold on to your Uma Musume. It's coming. And you don't even know what. Let's go. Okay. Hi, Void. Hello. It looks like I messed up the seasoning today. Sorry. Normally, Rena's lunch would have been devoured immediately, but today there was still a ton left. That wasn't because Rena's lunch didn't taste good or anything, though. That isn't the case. Your lunch today is as delicious as always. Satoko dips her chopsticks into Rena's bento box and pulls bits of food out of one after the other. Aw, Satoko-chan. Yes, delicious indeed. Today in particular, in fact. Chomp chomp. Huh? You know those are pumpkin croquettes, right? Are you okay? Yes. If it's your pumpkin, then it's delicious. Did Satoko dislike pumpkin? Regardless, she forced herself to smile and shoved more into her mouth. Aw, Satoko-chan. Everyone knew. Nobody's lunch tasted very good today. Satoko kept shoveling it down, repeating her remark on how good it was. If it's that good, then I guess I've got to have some too. Satoko's gonna eat it all Satoko's gonna eat it all if we let her. It's just so good. So I would certainly like it if Keiichi-san were to eat some as well. She's like, I really don't like this. Please eat with me. I don't know. That's my read on it, at least. Well, sometimes I have to show my adult generosity, right? Okay, don't hold back on my account. Eat enough for the both of us today. She really, really hated pumpkin, didn't she? That made it all the more touching to see Satoko's own brand of generosity. I grabbed her head and started stroking it. Satoko, in a somewhat exaggerated fashion, was bawling, tears streaming down her face. No way. You'll never grow up if you give away such good food. Rena, you eat too. I only have leftover vegetable stew, but it tastes great after having sat overnight. She was bawling. Did I say that weird? Bawling. I don't know how to... Bawling? It's the same spell, like pronunciation, right? Not spelling, but pronunciation. You have an Umfusa Satoko fan, and he was suffering while playing... Oh, don't say anything at all! Anything ever! Don't say anything! I'm gonna ban you! Don't say anything! Yeah! The daikon radish was such a bright color going through it! It looks delicious! I guess I'll have some then. Rena reached out with her chopsticks, and at last, the usual lunchtime atmosphere began to return. That was only at our desks, however. No, you're good, I'm joking. But yeah, try not to say anything about the next chapters, please. The dark tales of Oyashiro-sama's curse, which had recurred for 5 years in a row, didn't cease. The whole classroom remained stuck in this somber mood. Aww. Satoko-chan is so cute, too. I love all of them. Oyashiro-sama's curse had happened for 5 years straight. Everyone had wanted the previous year to be the last. What was Oyashiro-sama's curse anyway? They were going to build a dam in Hinamisawa. The people building it were bad, so they were cursed. I would admit that much. Still, the dam project was frozen years ago, wasn't it? So why was the curse stubbornly persisting? I hit myself on the cheeks to perk myself back up. Sound effect. Everyone was trying so hard to brighten the mood. I couldn't go straight back to thinking about the curse like that. I forced the Grimm story out of my head. Driving Oyashiro-sama's curse out of my thoughts was actually a good idea. In the end, that meant I would also be driving away the most terrifying thought of all, that it could be the curse's next target. Mion's taking a while, isn't she? How long does it take to wash your hands? Mion had said she was going to wash her hands and left, and she hadn't come back yet.
He's probably taking a little afternoon nap somewhere. I think she was up pretty late last night looking for the mayor after all.
I smiled wryly and let out a sigh. Today was no good. However much we tried to lighten the mood, things always came back to the mayor. It was just a no-good day. I had just transferred here recently, so the shock of a curse happening 5 years running was an unimaginably big one. Maybe I do need to appreciate that.
When Mi-chan was really little, the mayor would always spoil her. When she was going through her prankster phase, he loved her like his own daughter. She's told me that often.
I see. Mion was in shock too. Someone disappearing at all because of a curse was a very scary thing. If the sacrifice was someone you knew, though, then the shock must be 100 times worse. Satoko, as if she'd come to the same conclusion, bit her lower lip and looked downward. Oh, Hika-chan is taking a while too. Maybe they're taking a nice afternoon nap together. Aw, that's cute.
Rika wasn't out that late. As soon as she yawned, everyone gathered around her and started saying good night. Good night.
Now that she mentioned it, there were a lot of old people rubbing their prayer beads in fervent gratitude towards Rika-chan during the festival too. An image of the indulgent elderly came to mind. Had Rika-chan discovered a way to get herself to be pampered like that? Is there a reason the old people treat Rika-chan like an idol? Is she their ideal image of a granddaughter or something?
I don't know anything about that, but I want to see Rika-chan yawning. It's probably like, I want to take her home. I don't personally think it's that cute. It's more of a She opens her mouth really wide so you can see the back of her throat. Wait, John, yawn.
Rena's hand at times like these. I finally managed a heartfelt laugh. All right, I'm on day duty today, aren't I? I need to go water the flower garden. The garden is right outside the teacher's lounge too, so they can immediately tell if you don't do it right.
I think Satoko-chan is cute. Not only Rika-chan. Giant yawn. Can't breathe. Oh, I gotta go. It was so cute. Satoko-chan is cute too. I'm gonna take you home.
Rena was strangling Satoko. I don't think that counts as yawning. You know, Rena is... Can't say it out loud, but she's a notorious... Isn't she? What is it, like pervert? That's crazy. I can't believe that it says censored. What does that... Can I uncensor it? That's crazy. Hearing Satoko make a weird noise like a chicken being strangled was kind of hilarious, and I couldn't help but laugh. At some point, the classroom had erupted into laughter too. Maybe Rena was doing it on purpose. Even if she wasn't, this nonsense was a welcome sight. Anyway, let's get over to the flowers while I still have time. I need to take a deep breath. Slowly and quietly, lest I destroy the room's newfound peace, I left the classroom. Hi, Aizen. Okay. The watering can was hanging up outside the kitchen. The building had originally been an all-male forestry service building, so there was apparently nothing so thoughtful as a garden here before. I just want to say, this episode is where it began for me. Like, I know we played an entire game and it was great. And I know we have played half of this game, a little bit more than half now. And it's been great. But this is exactly where my love for Higurashi began, believe it or not. I hope you'll feel it too. If you already love Higurashi, I think you will adore it. But I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I don't want to like set you up for like crazy expectations. I just really love this part. For no reason really. I just really love it. Yeah. Excuse me. When they decided to have a school share the space, they built one there as a modest gesture of appreciation. But, well, the flower bed, it was a little longer than you'd expect. It went all around. It went all over the place. It was so big one would need to refill the watering can 5 or 6 times to get it all done. 6 or 7. You should have said 6 or 7. I was doing this together with a kid who was also thankfully on day duty today. She was in the lowest grade though, and a full size smaller than even Rika-chan. Aww, baby! I couldn't make a kid who would struggle just to lift the full watering can help me with this. If you were placed on day duty with someone who liked this sort of thing, they'd do it all for you, so it would be cake. No point in blaming her. I give up. I'll just get started. Excuse me. Watering can in hand, just as I was about to leave the building, the old man from the forestry office addressed me. Sonny, there's a vegetable garden behind the warehouse, right? It's all just about right up. Water that too, would you? Oh my god, so he will have to use another can, so it will be 6 or 7 if you think about it. Oh, you mean that curry vegetable garden? The one with the potatoes and carrots and other things that are only ingredients for curry? Gee, I wonder who did that. I think the one that hooked me, like really hooked, was probably the 3rd. Let me think. Oh, shoot. We shall see. I don't remember what the 4th one was in retrospect. But I think it was I think it was this one for me. It was the second one. Yeah. Like, I think it's there were certain points in the story that I was like, oh, what? This is crazy. And I fell in love more and more and more. I will fall in love with you over and over. Exactly. Like, that was exactly me every time I read Higurashi. Not gonna lie. But yeah, I think this one is for sure my not my favorite, but I would say that it's like where it started for me. I have a soft spot for Chia Sensei. She's so awesome. She's so funny. Okay. It's definitely the personal garden for a curry-loving teacher, but making students responsible for its upkeep is getting them involved in her personal affairs. I couldn't say that to his face, though, so I gave up and decided to carry out my day duties. The sunlight out front was strong. The great chorus of cicadas was strongly underlining how nothing was different from today than yesterday. I passed by the classroom and I don't know how it happened, but Rena and Satoko were in the middle of a huge melee. While I was gone, the kids had arranged all of the desks in a circle, forming a ring while everyone was cheering them on. Yeah, that's how it should be. Imagine going to school and you have this beautiful view of the Japanese like countryside, the mountains and everything, and their school is like so tiny, so it's all like a field around them. It's beautiful. Oh my gosh, I feel like I would be so motivated to study, you know. Once school ended, we would need to return to reality, where talk of the elder's disappearance would once again be all over the place. I wanted everyone to forget about everything and have fun, just like yesterday, if only while they were at school. In that sense, Satoko's whirling elbow and Elba's, what? What did I, In that sense, Satoko's whirling elbow and Rena's backwards flying spin kick made for a pleasant sight, even if, as a result, they flipped over my desk. Ugh, that's my pencil box. I'll just let it happen today. Did you say slip or happen? Oh, happen. Okay. I set to work hastily, watering everything, wanting nothing more than to be done as soon as possible. That should about do it. No sooner had I thought that then I remembered that I had to water the teacher's curry vegetable garden too. That's such a pain, but I have a feeling that it'll come back to bite me if I don't. I gave up, filled the can with the water again, and headed behind the warehouse. This was a place students didn't like to go. It was always damp here, and you couldn't discard the possibility of slugs and pillbugs being around. I love pillbugs! So when I ran across her in a place like that, I was surprised. Whoa! Oh, it's Rika-chan. Don't scare me like that. Rika-chan was just standing there like a puppet, devoid of life. I was the only one who was startled here. Rika-chan didn't even seem to react to my appearance. I love her! Rika-chan? Tofi! Hello, Tofi! Thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Welcome in, raiders! My name is Sugi Aoki, Woodland Dragon Bard and Guildmaster at your service, and today we're reading Higurashi, and I love Tofi. Can we get a shout out for Tofi? We're reading Higurashi, one of my favorite visual novels, and yeah, spoilers ahead, but we do have a recap if you're really interested in reading. Hello? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Anonymous. What the freak? What was that for? Thank you. Yes, I'm green. I'm keen today. I'm keen. Did you have a lovely time with Miss Tofi? I know that she was singing. Very beautifully. We shall sing soon too. It's been a while for me because I'm a little sick. But next week maybe. Yes. Oh, someday we sing together, Miss Tofi, please. She's so green. Thank you so much for the raid, ma'am. Please feel free to rest. I'm sure you're tired, but thank you so much. Like I said, we are reading Higurashi. If you want to join us, it's literally, you join at the perfect time, because it's when it's going to start getting really, really good. But I did take the time to write recaps of, what we've been reading. So if you're interested, There you go. Thank you, Cheese, for sending it. Thank you. If you want, you can pin it in the chat. That's perfectly okay. Also, thank you, Nat, for the gifted sub to Tofi. Thank you. And thank you, Oti, for the resub for 2 months. Hope you're doing very well. Thank you very much for the Hype Train Parsleys. And welcome in, Spirit Seeds. Thank you so much. All right. So, let's go. Let's go. I love Higurashi and Umineko. I am reading Umineko offline because I have already read Higurashi, but yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Maybe at some point I'll stream it too. All right, let's go. Finally, she noticed me. Her expression was clearly abnormal. There was red under her eyes, stained with tears and dirt. There were blades of grass stuck in her hair too, and her clothes looked as though she'd fallen to the ground. Oh, Rika-chan! Rika-chan, are you hurt? Did you fall?
No, that isn't it.
She's so cute. Rika-chan said in the brightest voice she could manage as she rubbed her eyes. She didn't look anywhere near normal, though. What happened? You weren't sleeping on the storehouse roof and then fell off or anything, did you?
Don't worry about me. I have something I want to ask you, Keiichi.
Rika-chan walked over and clung to me. At first, I thought she was playing a trick on me. Eventually, however, I realized it was so that I wouldn't run from the question she was about to ask. I shuddered. What do you want from me? She looked straight into my eyes. Her upturned eyes bored right into me. It was as though they were trying to pull the answer out of my own eyes without actually asking me the question. It was scary, so I averted my eyes from hers.
Keiichi, did you do something bad on the night of the festival?
My body gave a jolt from its very core. Rika-chan, who was clinging to me, might have felt my shiver. A nervous tingle crawled up from my feet, and after going up my back and freezing my entire body, it made its way to my brain.
Keiichi, do you really not remember?
My head began to throb. I don't understand anything. Neon asked me. Oishi-san asked me. Shion asked me. And now Rika-chan was asking me. We thought nobody knew about what we did last night, but in fact, everyone knew. They all knew, and they came to ask me. Again and again, until I admitted it. When I thought about it, it was pretty clear the whole thing was out in the open. After all, don't Tomitake-san and Takano-san's deaths prove it? Oh, right. Kind of an important thing, Raiders. Higurashi does have sensitive content, so please be warned. There is like a lot of, that kind of topic. Death and whatnot. Yeah, just so you know. And there's like religious imagery and stuff. Just so you know, yeah. Yeah. Hi, welcome in. Yeah, I was also in the off-guide relay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Were you there, like, live? Were you there in person? That's so cool. Did you go to see Tofi? Hi, Paradox. Hi, Cutter. Okay, I'm gonna lock in, okay? Let's go.
Keiichi?
How should I respond? We never should have entered the forbidden storehouse, and even though I regretted it so much, was she saying it wasn't enough? However, I had all but decided what I was going to say. I'm not exactly a good kid, I've done lots of bad things, so I can't remember anything specific. Just as I had with all the others, I evaded the question. Rika-chan stared up at me with innocent eyes. Her eyes were so painful that I had to look away. After a few moments of mutual silence, Rika-chan released me.
I'm sorry for asking you something strange. Please forget about it,
she said, smiling her usual smile. Then, tap, she went running off as if nothing had happened. As she retreated in silence, I could feel her accusing me. Rika-chan! If she didn't hear my voice, then I was going to give up. However, she heard it. Rika-chan swiveled around and waited for me to continue. I was the one who had questions now. Still, asking any of them could just be a half-assed way of admitting what I did. Hey, Rika-chan.
What is it?
If everyone knows anyway, then I should be able to at least ask this, right? Why is everyone asking me about the night of the festival? That evening, had I done something that wrong? I felt plenty sorry about it, and I only looked anyway. I didn't break anything or steal anything, really. Still, Tomitake-san and Takano-san, they died so miserably. Since those two had come to such an end, there's obviously no way it would forgive only me. Rika-chan cutely tilted her head in confusion and waited for me to say something. If I were to admit to what happened that night, though, she might suddenly do a 180 as if flipping a switch. That would make sense. Rika-chan was the shrine maiden. She was the least likely to forgive me for breaking the taboo, wasn't she? Upon reflection, wouldn't telling her be more terrifying than telling Mion or Oishi-san? Rika-chan could just give up and leave, couldn't she? She didn't. She only was quietly waiting for me to say it myself. Say it, Keiichi Maebara. If you really are sorry, then you should say so. Of course, it's normal to hesitate, given the crazy way Tomitake-san and Takano-san died. A pulping machine called Chaos was grinding up my brain. The juice wrung out of it turned into big droplets of sweat, which began to fall.
Keiichi.
Rika-chan suddenly straightened up, trying to pat me on the head.
I don't really understand what you're worried about, Keiichi.
I had nothing to say to that. I lowered my head a little so that Rika-chan's palm could reach it. Cute. She petted me, kind of like one would a cat.
Do you know about the big storehouse a little way behind the shrine grounds? It stores the implements we use for rituals.
My breath literally stopped. Rika-chan, though, wasn't acting in a coercive way at all.
Apparently, on the night of the festival, a cat snuck into the storehouse.
A cat?
Yes, a cat. Meow meow.
Rika-chan knew. She realized I was in fear. I could tell she was desperately trying to choose the right words so that she wouldn't scare me.
The cat always wanted to explore inside the storehouse, but I was mean to it and never let it go inside. So, on the night of the festival, the cat couldn't hold itself back any longer and went inside.
The cat. It was clearly supposed to be Takano-san. Or wait, was it supposed to be me?
Inside, there were actually lots of things that scare the cat.
Rika-chan made a cute gesture like a ghost was coming out to frighten me.
The cat was both terrified and amazed. It ran away as fast as it could. Clatter, clatter, shiver, shiver, meow, meow. It was terrible.
This cat, who are you saying it was?
The cat is the cat. Meow, meow.
Rika-chan still avoided saying it. The cat, though, was without a doubt me. Rika-chan, please tell me. The cat. What should it do now? Maybe it was a desperate question to ask. I had sort of admitted to being the cat.
The cat is just a cat, so it can just keep meowing and everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine? That's stupid.
Shouldn't it just keep meowing?
Jeez, Rika-chan and I have put together an entire conversation using cat as code word. I didn't say it directly, but I had already admitted it. I didn't want to end up like those two. I didn't want to be sacrificed like Shion said. That's what I thought, so I stubbornly remained silent, but now that's enough. I can't just keep meowing. The dog saw the cat. Oh, it can't just keep meowing. The dog saw the cat, making mischief and sneaking inside.
The dog.
That's right. It was the dog. It keeps coming to the cat and trying to get it to say that it snuck inside. After I said that, Rika-chan's expression clouded over. She was trying to hide it, but I had already noticed her eyes darkening. Rika-chan. The silence was frightening, so I spurred her on. At that point, Rika-chan grinned.
It's all right. I'll protect the cat.
Huh? I thought for a moment that I had misheard those words, so dependable they were.
The cat is really scared, but it really isn't all that bad. I think all of the dogs are just misunderstanding.
Huh? It's not all that bad?
The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure.
Rika-chan will do something about it? I don't even know left from right at the moment, so Rika-chan didn't look all that dependable.
It might be hard, but I'll do my best. Go for it. Yay!
She clenched her fist and stuck it in the air. Rika-chan said that the cat can just keep meowing. She said to leave it all to her. Is that really all it took to resolve this whole thing? Will you really be all right, Rika-chan?
If I don't do my best, then something bad could happen to the dogs, too.
I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about anymore. She had been talking to me under the assumption that I was aware of certain things. So at first I understood her. Around the middle, though, I stopped understanding anything. However, one thing I did know was to not worry and to leave it to her. Rika-chan straightened up once again, patted me on the head, and smiled. I was so moved by that reassuring feeling that I couldn't help but start to cry. I'm sorry. The cat, it really was just a little bit of mischief. I didn't think any of this would.
It's too much of a scaredy cat. That's why it should never have seen the storehouse.
She was right. It was far too shocking for someone to see based on a little bit of interest alone. That's why they made it so difficult to look at in the first place, wasn't it? Ooh. Rika-chan. Can you play the voice line? Wait. Yes, I can. Hold on. But let's how do we, I guess I can't really do that later. So I'll do it now. Maybe there? Where is it?
Go for it! Yay!
I love her. Where is it? Oh, here.
ちょっと大変ですけど、頑張りますですよ。ファイト、王なのです。
ファイト、王なのです。
I love her. She's so cute. There we go. Alright. Rika-chan, what will happen to the cat? Two of the cats that snuck in, well, that night, I'd heard Tomitake-san and Takano-san's death were being kept a secret. Rika-chan might not have known about it.
Tomitake and Takano?
I gave a start at the sudden mention of actual names. Though it's weird to do that at this point.
You should forget about them.
My spine froze again. Forget?
Yes. It won't do you any good to remember those two, Keiichi. The more you think about it, the scarier it will get. So you should forget about them as soon as possible.
She said something so enormously terrifying, without letting the smile on her face waver at all.
I don't know where you heard about it from, but you should forget everything. Make your mind as clean as a scrubbed bathtub.
Forget? Rika-chan, you know, don't you? You know how those two died.
No matter how they died, it has nothing to do with you, Keiichi.
Rika declared this in a flat voice. Nothing to do with me. So forget about it. The girl before me, she was innocent and lovable and even seemed trustworthy. But suddenly she took on another dimension. Don't get involved with their deaths. I'll help you, Keiichi. Those two contradictory statements twisted and distorted my image of the girl in front of me. What about Shion? What'll happen to her? It might have been dangerous to mention Shion's name, but I couldn't stop myself from asking. Rika-chan saw through everything anyway. There was no way I was going to fool her or keep anything from her at this point.
The younger of the sister cats? Meow meow.
Hold on.
姉妹猫の妹ですか？にゃーにゃー。
姉妹猫の妹ですか？にゃーにゃー。
Wait, can we hear the other one again? I'm sorry. I need the wholesomeness. This is so scary.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
I think I passed it. Here.
ちょっと大変ですけど、頑張りますですよ。ファイト、王なのです。
頑張りますですよ。ファイト、王なのです。
Cute, cute, cute. Yeah, the little sister cat. Rika-chan appeared to think upon this for a moment. It was hard for me to endure even this momentary silence.
The big sister cat is angry. The little sister cat did something bad, so she's really mad.
The big sister cat. That could only mean Mion. I recall being questioned by her yesterday.
Keiichi, the big sister cat is not in a good mood at all. I think we should leave her alone for a while.
Not in a good mood, but those words sent a shiver through me. Mion was mad. She was mad that we entered the ritual storehouse.
Let's stop having club from now on.
Huh? Why?
I think we should leave her alone.
Rika-chan ended her sentence with such force that I couldn't say anything in response. Hey, Keiichi Maebara, don't disobey Rika-chan right now. She's the only one who said she'll help me right now. I'll leave things to her, just as she said so. I mean, she even said that the cat should just keep meowing. I'll forget everything like she said. I'll leave everything to her. I'll forget everything about Takano-san and Tomitake-san and what I did last night. Just then, we heard a bell, far away, marking the end of our lunch break. I guess we should go back to class.
Keiichi,
As if she had noticed how miserable I was about to leave everything to her and flee the scene, Rika-chan called out to stop me.
if the misunderstanding dog comes to try and bite the cat, please tell me, okay?
The misunderstanding dog. She put it in such a cute-sounding way, but the true meaning behind those words was an eerie one. Who is the misunderstanding dog?
The dog that bit the mayor. I don't know why it did that. If it was going to bite anyone, it would have been the trickster cat first.
The flow of blood in my body felt like it completely stopped by. Oh my god. The flow of blood in my body felt like it completely stopped for a moment. Rika-chan had admitted it. The sacrifices of that terrible calamity. She admitted that if they were to happen again, it would be Shion or I. I didn't know what was true about the girl standing before me. My suspicion gave way to fear and nearly began to change into anger. Was she a savior who would protect me, or a stranger trying to capture and kill me for the sake of a horrible tradition? I had no idea what was true.
I'm sorry. The cat is already scared and I said something to scare it even more. I'm really sorry.
Rika-chan bowed so quickly it looked like her head had been pulled downward. Still, she was right. I was cowering. I could distinctly feel my body shaking violently. So when Rika-chan reached her hand out to pat me on the head, I pulled away without thinking, oh no, Keiichi, why? For She wants to pat your head. This girl's like 8. I don't even know how old Rika-chan is. I don't know. One second. Rika-chan is 7? What? No way. I would have said that she's like maybe 9. She's 7? I mean, it's not that different. 9, it's the same, but it's kind of crazy. 7 is like a baby. Like actually, 9 is like when you start being like a kid. 7 is still a baby. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Oh God. Oh God. Okay. Let's go. She's 11. Oh, okay. 11 is like, is correct. It feels a little bit more logical that she's hanging out with like 15. I mean, I still think it's like quite the jarring contrast for sure, but like I think, you know, it would be really weird if a 9-year-old is hanging out with 16-year-olds and they, you know, they talk about the things they talk about. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. I don't know what kind of 15-year-old. Oh, well, it's complicated. In this story, they all go to the same class because there's only one class. So they are classmates technically, but I feel like they wouldn't flock together at all. There is a reason for them to. That was... I don't know if it was explained, but there's a reason why they are close together. I just feel like they wouldn't be friends if they were 9 and 15. You know what I mean? Like, it's so different, such different ages, you know? Okay. Rika-chan made a very sad face, but I just couldn't bring myself to put out my head for her again. Keiichi. I haven't squeaked the toy in a while, though, because he hasn't really upset me very much yet today. That day, Rika-chan said she wasn't feeling up for club activity, so she just suggested we don't bother. There's always vetoes when someone doesn't feel up to it. Brenna and the others seemed really disappointed. The big sister cat is not in a good mood. I remember Rika-chan's words and quietly stole a glance at Mion's expression. If I could forget the way she questioned me yesterday, though, her behavior was the same as it always was. Interesting. Okay. Another episode. That was cool, huh? I love that part. Like, I personally love that part so much. I love Rika-chan so much. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Yes. I feel like I have to watch this in the VOD over again and really think about that. Yeah, I mean, I guess the main takeaway is that Rika-chan is, like, more aware than we would have thought, right? Like, that's really interesting to me, because, like, she's always seemed, like, so quiet and, like, almost, like, aloof. Not in an avoidant type of way, but kind of in, like, it just didn't seem like she was a part of the deeper plot. You know what I mean? But such a young, like, small kid offering protection to, like, you know, to the guy of the group and whatever. I think it's so interesting, so I don't know. I always really love that part. But yeah. Okay, let's see. After dinner, without the energy to watch TV, I climbed into the futon of my bedroom, and let my head be overtaken by gloomy thoughts. I told Rika-chan anything and everything. She had seemed trustworthy at the time, but had that really been the right choice? The more I look back on it, the less I understood what Rika-chan was saying. Not only did she know about Takano-san and Tomitake-san's deaths, but she spoke of them as if she were a concerned party. After all this time in my futon, I began to tremble fiercely. Had I been lured in by Rika-chan's sweet smile and told her things I shouldn't have? I should have continued to feign ignorance. I shouldn't have shown her such a weak side of me. My emotions are a mix of regret and fear, and it colored the darkness of the night with an additional layer of terror. Suddenly, a knock. I might have yelped. That's how surprised I was.
Keiichi, I have been calling your name for a while. You have a phone call. It's from Sonosaki-san.
It was Dad. I reached out for the cordless phone throughout the gap in my door. Sonosaki-san? Which one? The older sister or the younger?
I don't know. Ask her yourself.
I took the receiver and buried myself in my futon again. Hello? Mion? Or is it Shion? It's me, Shion. Good evening. I practically jumped out of bed. It was Shion who I hoped so desperately would call me back last night. Shion! Sorry about last night. I got all riled up. I heard what sounded like a deep sigh on the other end. You and me are in the same position, aren't we? I shouldn't have blamed you for everything like that. I'm sorry, so please cheer up. I called you because I'm in a better mood. If you're sorry, then I'll forgive you, so please stop apologizing. Shion's tone still sounded like a little angry, but for the moment she said she'd forgive me. You're right too. We're tied to the same fate. Making sure the other is alright is the only way to guarantee our own safety. Yeah, I agree. We absolutely need to share whatever information we have so that we don't die like Takano-san and Tomitake-san did. Gulp. I forced myself to swallow a solid drop of saliva. Then, let's continue from where we left off. You listened without getting angry this time, right? Yeah. I'll be fine. Firstly, it seems sneaking into the ritual storehouse was more of a taboo than we thought. Takano-san and Tomitake-san's miserable ends terrible enough that you could call them a warning. They were more than enough to make me believe that. The culprits killed those two. The ones responsible for sullying the storehouse, and they'll come for us next. I know you want to deny that, but please accept it. It'll be too late to believe me after you've disappeared, okay? I got it. You can never be too careful after all. I don't want to accept it either. To think that sneaking a peek at that museum of torture devices deserves a death like that, I don't want to believe it. That's what a taboo is. For those who honor it, if one breaks the taboo, no matter how small or innocent their intentions were, they wouldn't be forgiven. Let's report anything we notice that seemed strange. If we connect all the tiny pieces that we have, then just maybe we'll find out who killed them, or maybe even the truth behind the incidents of the previous years. We could find the key that'll resolve everything. You're right. You're right about that. All I was doing was waiting in fear, but Shion had already thought that far ahead. Given how trustworthy she felt, I became embarrassed over how passive I was being. Then I'll start since I suggested it. I feel like somebody has been watching me lately. What? It might be my imagination, but I'll tell you anyway. I think it's just me, but if you feel like you're being watched too, Kei-chan, then maybe it's not just my imagination. Well, don't worry. At the very least, everything's been fine for me, I think. As I spoke with Shion, I thought back on today. I had no grounds to say that everything was fine. I see. Then I suppose it was my imagination. But you be careful too, Kei-chan. Be especially careful when you're by yourself in public. I'm in Okinomiya, so I won't be alone very often, but you live in Hinamisawa. There will be a lot of times you'll be alone. Please be extra careful. You're right. Yeah, I'll be careful. Also, about my sister. Has she been acting strange recently? Or lately? Your sister? Oh, Mion, right. What do you mean by acting strangely? Well, yesterday she came to me and asked me where I was on the night of the Watanagashi. What? She asked me too. The day before yesterday, I think Mion asked me. I see. I told her I wasn't there. What did you say? I did the same thing. I just dodged the question. Both of us gave a quiet sigh of relief. Ever since the night of the festival, My sister's been acting strangely. We can't be too careful, so just be aware, okay? Mion was acting strangely. Aside from her asking me about the night of Watanagashi, she hadn't seemed too out of the ordinary. At least from my point of view. Her twin sister, though, was saying she was acting weird. Maybe it was such a slight change that stranger like me wouldn't be able to notice. Got it. I'll start being careful. I'll always have Rena with me on my way back to school, so I shouldn't end up alone with Mion very often. Please be careful. If there's anything that's bothering you, you can tell me. All right. Okay, hold on. I need to go get water. I'm really thirsty. So I'll take a little break, all right? I know that's in the middle of a chapter. I'm sorry. But we continue in just a second. I'll see you in a moment. This is how my story begins, holding all my conflicts within, wishing one day this forest will glow, all the while I lay trapped in this never-ending snow. Silence, but it never felt right, searching for my reason to fight. The like branches are paths intertwined, and you called out my name with a smile. Like the first light of spring, all my doubts melt away. When you reached out your hand, I knew I could face this with all the strength that it takes. Now I know I will prevail, you by my side, with all that the future entails. Our journey before us has only begun. We'll face the unknown if our hearts beat as one. So I'll go, never give in, cherish this hope you gave me and carry it forth. No matter what the seasons may bring, these flowers will blossom forevermore. I'll take a stand and give roots to new life, gather my courage, run into the fight, facing this war for a kingdom I sing. Our voices protecting this forest is hearing our call. In the times I'm aware that my thoughts are too much to bear. But the moment you brought this verdancy into my life, I knew I was free. Now I know I will prevail, you by my side, with all that the future entails. The bonds between us are never undone. We'll face the unknown, persevere till we've won. Now I know I will stay strong. All of my fears fading when you came along. No matter what, I'll stay by your side, and we'll face the horizon into the sky. So I'll go, never give in, treasure this faith you gave me and carry it forth. No matter what the seasons may bring, these flowers will blossom forevermore. This is how my story begins, holding all my conflicts within, wishing one day this forest will glow, all the while I lay trapped in this never-ending snow. Silence, but it never felt right, searching for my reason to fight. The like branches are paths intertwined, and you called out my name with a smile. Like the first light of spring, all my doubts melt away. When you reached out your hand, I knew I could face this with all the strength that it takes. Now I know I will. Oh, what happened to me? Hello? Hello? Help! Help! Where am I? What happened? I'm gone! Help! Help! I got onikakushied! Oh no! What happened? Bring me back! Put me back in! Oh no! 1 second. It's because you should have kept meowing. You should have kept meowing. I think if you meow, I can come back. What? Meow. Who said that? Wait, hold on. Okay. Let's go. I'm back. All right. Ready? Ready. All right. Let's see. Meow. Okay, then, is there anything you want to tell me, Kei-chan? My turn. That's right. Maybe I should report to Onoishi-san asking me the same question at the library. Oh, that time when you were too slow to escape? Yeah. Oishi-san asked me pretty forcefully whether I was with Takano-san and Domitake-san that night, and whether I had seen you. Oishi-san seemed to have seen the four of us together. From the police's point of view, that would make us the last people who had seen them. I suppose given that, it's only natural that they'd be interested in us. I evaded the questions then too, but that might have just made them more interested. There was no way I could have tricked that sly old fox, Oishi-san. My troubled countenance would have only made him even more certain. Hey, Shion, since they are the police, shouldn't we just tell them? I mean, considering our situation, I think having them on our side would be a good thing. Shion didn't answer right away. For a few moments, all I could hear was her breathing as she thought about it. Now that I think of it, Oishi-san said that there was something possibly shady about Mion. At least, I think that's what he said. I'm stretching my arm to grab the squeaky? Yeah, he definitely did. As I explained yesterday, the Sonosaki family holds a lot of influence in Hinamisawa. Oishi is under the impression that the whole village with the Sonosaki family at the center of it all is responsible for the recurrent freak deaths. Oh. The whole village is behind them, with the Sonosaki family at the center? Please, don't get angry like you did yesterday and just listen. I hammered that home before I got too upset. During the Hinamisawa Dam Wars, the priest who everyone was anticipating to lead the anti-dam movement acted as though he were unrelated, so the Sonosaki main house rose up to take charge. My sister told you about all the battles that happened, right? Yeah. All of Hinamisawa got together and fought as one. They held protests, brought it to court, and even appeared on TV. In reality, there were many things that happened that were far more extreme. Under the surface, the Sonosaki main house was doing all sorts of illegal things to oppose it. They were acting illegally? For example, they would sneak into the construction site in the middle of the night and steal equipment or break it, or put sugar cubes in the gasoline tanks of the construction vehicles. sugar in their gasoline tanks? Why would they? You don't know? It's practically the representative guerrilla tactic. It was used by underground organizations in France, World War II for one. When you put sugar in the engine, when you put sugar in, the engine gets burned out and breaks down. That's pretty bad though, isn't it? It was destruction of property and nothing less. I mean, it can cause an accident, right? When they beefed up the guard at the construction facility, the family turned to attacking important construction personnel who worked there. The government officials who had given permission for the construction, for example, received all kinds of threats. Not just people from the prefectural office either. Apparently this reached as far as the Ministry of Construction. As far as I've heard, they even kidnapped a child once. Kidnapped? Yes. The child of an important person in the Ministry of Construction who was in charge of the Hinamizawa Dam got spirited away. Then one day, all of a sudden he was rescued in the Takatsudo Mountains, which are upstream from Hinamizawa. Apparently there were never any criminal accusations, but people whispered that it had been a threat to stop the dam construction from happening. Besides that, there are stories about so many different threats that I couldn't possibly list them all. Wow, that's sort of bad, isn't it? Yeah, you think? Right in the middle of the whole thing, the first incident happened. That's when the dismemberment of the construction manager occurred. People whispered that the Sonosaki family had bought out the principal offender, but of course, he fled and they still haven't found him. When she put it that way, the Sonosaki family definitely seems suspicious. Oishi-san even seems to think that the criminal was erased so he wouldn't talk, which is pretty reasonable of him. It's even enough to make me think that the Sonosaki main house is doing some really shady things behind the scenes, even though I'm related to them. Are you telling me to believe that? That the Sonosaki main house where Mion lives has done all those bad things? You're telling me to believe it. Even if you don't, Kei-chan, the villagers do. While they oppose the dam in upright and lawful ways, the Sonosaki house did the dirty work for them. Everyone believes that they fought at the front so they take the brunt of the criticism, so they are respected as sort of heroes of darkness. I think I only really know one part of it. For example, the really bad stuff, the kidnapping. I think only a handful of people even know about it, including Grandma. The Sonosaki family is secretive after all. Secretive, huh? A family so unforthcoming that even Shion, who is related to them, doesn't know everything about them. The Sonosaki family. Unlike Shion, her older twin Mion was deeply involved with everything, and that was not a fun thought to entertain. My sister, though young, was the one who acted as the center of the illegal resistance movement. Mion was... What do you mean? Well, our dad is a big shot yakuza. Even when she was little, my sister managed to subjugate a bunch of young street rats. Then she played all sorts of tricks on them and just generally got in their way. Mion did that? Now she's pretty laid back, so it might be hard to imagine. She did everything from property damage to threats and even acts of violence, and she was picked up for it countless times. Though, since she was a kid, they could get her released pretty easily. She learned that her age could be used as a weapon. It may have been indiscreet, but I couldn't help but chuckle dryly. She may have been young, but she was certainly still Mion. Even back then, she had already been known for her craftiness. It's nothing to laugh about. Please take this seriously. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Shion had gotten pretty angry at me. Well, her delinquency soon got her into a position of authority in the Sonosaki main house. It's not unthinkable that Oishi suspects them from the dismemberment incident, and the later ones too. For a few moments, I was dumbstruck at the tales of Mion's past. None of them matched the image I had of her. A younger Mion dirtying her hands with all sorts of crimes, giving the dam construction project hell. As the successor of the Sonosaki main family, she was always right at the center of the vortex of strange incidents occurring year after year. Was that really the Mion I know? Maybe the one I know isn't the real Mion. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't bring myself to accept these images of Mion I was hearing from another person. Well, back to the main subject. I just wanted you to know that my sister is someone worth being cautious around. Please be careful. I didn't want to understand. Mion was a fantastic friend. She would never do something to back me into a corner like that. She did ask me pretty harshly about the night of the festival, but even that, it wasn't like she'd say it in a mean way or anything. All right, I'll make sure to be careful. We're sisters related by blood, but within the Sonosaki family, we're basically of a different class. I want you to recognize how distant my position is from hers. Please. The more Shion tells me about Mion, the less I understand who Mion is. The Mion I know wasn't a dangerous person. She joked around, smiled a lot, and was full of passion. Now that I had realized I held such a view towards her, Shion was telling me to change it, to be careful about the best friend ever, to doubt her around the best friend ever. The idea was very sad and painful. Now, about Oishi. If you think it's a good idea, then I think we should give him the information he needs. I think getting the police on our side will work in our favor. You thought so too, Shion. It's just, at the moment, like I explained, the police have their eyes on the Sonosaki family already. Oishi, in particular, completely believes that they are the masterminds behind the serial incidents. That includes me, of course. So, I don't really want much to do with Oishi. I see. If Oishi-san had found out about the Sonosaki family's strife-filled history, then he probably wouldn't be very happy with Shion either. At last, I understood Mion's instinctive dislike for Oishi-san. It's probably out in the open at this point, but try not to give my name to him. If you agree to that, then I don't think there's a problem with you telling him anything. Damn, like, talk about throwing him under the bus, no? I mean, I kind of understand what she's saying, but it feels like... you know, you see what I mean? Like, it feels a little bit like... Yeah, like she's washing her hands clean of it all, you know? I got it. I won't mention your name. The police's investigative ability should be quite a reliable weapon for us right now. If Oishi tells you anything interesting, then let me know as well. Yeah, of course. We'll share information and investigate together. Who killed Takano-san and Tomitake-san? Who was after us? Until we know, we need to defend ourselves. Anything else? Besides what Oishi told you, I mean. If anything has happened, no matter how minor, please tell me. Aside from my discussion with Oishi-san. Oh. Should I tell her that I revealed everything to Rika-chan? Rika-chan was acting like she knew something I didn't. She told me to leave it to her. But what? That's right. When I was talking to her, I mentioned Shion's name too. Was that a mistake? I felt like Shion would get angry. Nothing else, Kei-chan? I had remained quiet for a little while, so Shion encouraged me to speak, unable to bear the silence. As I struggled with what to say, Shion addressed me instead. It doesn't sound like it, so can I ask you something? I just heard this myself. Is it true that old man Kimiyoshi went missing? The old man Kimiyoshi? My gut told me that was the name of the mayor. You mean the mayor? Wait, Shion, you haven't heard? I don't know anything. I just overheard my dad talking about it on the phone again. I realized I shouldn't have said that. Here in Hinamisawa, the things that happened around this time, when Oyashiro-sama's curse would recur, would all be covered up. Yeah. Actually, last night after a meeting, he didn't come home, so all of Hinamisawa was confused. They searched all through the village, but if they've found him, then I haven't heard. The police should be searching for him as well. Why didn't you tell me something that important right away? She shouted angrily at me, bringing all her emotion to bear. Sorry. I thought you already knew. I didn't want to hide it or anything. The receiver was silent. Did Shion get mad again and hang up? Hey, Shion? Hello? Heitan? What? What should I do? Shion's tiny, confused voice sounded like it belonged to a different person than the one yelling a few seconds ago. What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? Shion hesitated for a long while, but then she confessed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it. It was just that, well, the conversation got turned around and we're on the same side, right? I won't get mad, so tell me honestly. Shion still hesitated for a few moments. Then, in a resigned voice, she continued. Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. Shion seemed to think I would yell at her right after she said that, so I heard her catching her breath. Contrary to what she thought, I was a little relieved. Shion had done the same thing I had when I confessed everything to Rika-chan. So, in as gentle a voice as I could, so as to not set her off, I responded. Old man Kimiyoshi, he's someone you feel comfortable confiding to Shion? Yes, he would. When I was little, he was really nice to me. Shion felt the same pain as the rest of us from the mayor's disappearance. She had a different kind of strength from Mion, and as she continued, her voice sounded truly sad and pained. All I did was play tricks on him, but he would always just smile. He listened to anything I had to say. He was such a kind person. Calm down, Shion. It's not like he's dead, right? Don't lose heart so easily. Shion didn't answer. Even as I said it myself, I didn't think we'd ever find the missing mayor again. We probably wouldn't even figure out if he was alive or dead. Shion must have been thinking the same thing. That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also, that someone saw us and was out to get us. Does the mayor know how absurdly Takano-san and Tomitake-san died? Yes, he knew about it. I told him that they died by Oyashiro-sama's curse and that I could be made a sacrifice to calm his anger. I just said it straight out. Right. What then? Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled and told me that if I was properly sorry about it, then there was no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Until Shion stopped sobbing, I wasn't able to find any words for her. I couldn't imagine what kind of person the mayor was, nor what Shion's relationship with him was like. Words of comfort, however, mean so much to us when we're about to be crushed by anxiety. Today, Rika-chan taught me that too. As someone who gave me such a sense of security were to disappear, then I could guess what kind of shock Shion was in. It's my fault, because I revealed everything. Stop it, Shion. It's not your fault. No, it is my fault. I told him everything. Old man Kimiyoshi found out about everything, so he has to have been killed. It was right after I told him, after all. He disappeared the same night that I confessed, and he told me everything was going to be all right. He found out, so he became involved. I should never have told him. All of this should have just been our fault. Only the four of us. It wasn't something I should have told to someone else. He got killed because I told him. He got killed because he knew. He got killed because I revealed it. Hey, stop. If they were doing that, then they would obviously have killed you before killing the mayor. The order is all wrong. You or I should have been killed first. Why the hell would someone else get killed first? No, it's an order. They must be planning to kill us last of all. Huh? What? They're not killing the first people who come to mind. They start by killing those we're close to, and then after they've caused us so much pain, then they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. I said calm down. Shion, you're in shock. You're panicking. The mayor's disappearance has nothing to do with you. It's unconnected. It's not related to Takano-san and Tomitake-san dying at all either. My words came out as a scream, as if I were shouting them at myself. No! It is connected! It just has to be! I told him, so he was killed! He got killed because he knew! I confessed it to him, so he got killed! She repeated the same thing as before, as though she were in a delirium. Despite my trying to console the crazed Shion, for some reason the shadow at my feet began to freeze. From that shadow, a cold arm reached out, so cold it seemed like it would freeze even my heart just by touching me, and grabbed my ankle. The heat generated by my body, the arm was absorbing it. It was horrible, chill, a freezing cold, numbingly frigid. It was an unviolable chill of fear. Though I sympathized with Shion, I had been naive in thinking it was something only she had to worry about. In my head, Shion's eerie words repeated again and again. He was killed because I told him. He was killed because he found out. I confessed everything. So he was killed. Those words echoed through my head like a monotone mantra, and finally, those even repetitions took on meaning. The quiet shaking that had already overtaken me turned into a violent shiver that shot up my spine. Rika-chan! It's Rika-chan! What? What did you say just now? Well, the truth is I told her about it. I told Rika-chan today. Rika-chan? You mean Rika-tama? The one from the Furuta shrine? Yes, Rika-chan. I felt so scared and uneasy that I did it. I told Rika-chan. When did you? What did she say? The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure. That's what Rika-chan said, and then she smiled. She smiled just like the missing mayor had been encouraged. She smiled just like the missing mayor had when he encouraged Shion. I'm sorry, Shion. I'm a bit worried about Rika-chan. Right. If you're that concerned, then don't worry about me. Please, go find out whether she's safe. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll call you again tomorrow at the same time. When I do, you'll know I'm still all right. I got it. I'll be waiting. Okay, bye. Sorry, I'm hanging up. I put down the receiver without waiting for Shion to say goodbye. The danger to Shion and myself was secondary at this point. My sixth sense was blaring alarms in my head. I don't like this feeling. It's really bad. It's definitely bad. Damn it. Please be safe. Rika-chan. 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 It's Yashiro-sama. Knock, knock. Stop it. Orika-chan. Orika-chan. Orika-chama. All right, give me just 1 second. I need to reply to something really fast. Okay. Ooh, this is so exciting, isn't it? Isn't it? Okay, 1 second. Give me just 1 second. I need to stand up for a moment and grab something, but it'll be a sec. Sorry. Oh my god. I had to pick up. I don't know if you could hear it, but my dog is like a 10-year-old. I have 3, but one of my dogs is like 10 years old. He's the youngest. And he, oh my god, I'm so agitated. Sorry. He is like a big puppy. Like, even though he's older, well, he's not older, but he's old-ish. He is like a puppy still. And I had his toy here under my bed, and he was like crying outside my door for it. He does that sometimes. So I was like, okay, I have to go and grab it. And I had to like lay on the floor for a moment. But sorry, I think it should be good now. All right, ready? Let's go. Let's continue. You think Rika-chan would diff a curse? I could see it, maybe. We shall see, we shall see. Isn't it so exciting, though? It's getting interesting. All right. Anyways, as we were. After hanging up on Shion, I searched for Rika-chan's phone number on my school's contact list. There it is. My fingers trembled with urgency, and I failed multiple times to put in the simple 5-digit number. 5-digit? What a short. Is that how short phone numbers are in Japan? Really? Denwa bango. If something happens to Rika, I'm high diffing all of Hinami-sama. So true. Keiichi, are you calling someone at this hour? It's late and it's been rude. And it's being rude to the other person. That doesn't matter right now. I shouted angrily at my mother, listening to the dial tone. Pick up. Come on, pick up. He's getting called? The time was 11 p.m. It certainly wasn't early. It was essentially the middle of the night. Had Rika-chan already gone to bed? Her phone would be ringing constantly, though, so would she get back up for me? Rika-chan didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. Maybe she just happened to miss it. Maybe her bed was just too far from her phone. The sound of a phone ringing gets clearer and clearer the longer you go on sleeping. Then, the bathroom? Yeah, she must be taking a bath. If that was the case, then even if she heard the phone, she wouldn't be able to pick it up. It was a little late to be taking a bath, but it was possible she normally took baths right before going to bed. I'll wait 30 minutes, then try calling again. Even as I was thinking that, I called her house over and over again. I kept calling, over and over, again and again. I kept on calling her, but she didn't pick up, even once. I think I kept trying for about 30 minutes, yet she wasn't picking up. Were my phone calls so persistent that she had gotten scared of picking up the receiver? No, that couldn't possibly be it. There was no point in doing this any longer. The best thing to do would be to go there in person. Where was Rika-chan's house, though? Shoot, I've never even asked her where she lived. Her residence was written there in the contact list, but it was an address with mostly numbers, so I couldn't tell where it was just by reading it. Isn't there a map or something in here? Rika Furude. Her last name was Furude. It was a bit of an odd last name, so it might be easy to find. Thinking that, I rummaged around the drawer with the phone book, but could only find things like takeout menus and phone numbers for public establishments. Shit. I tore out one thing after another out of the drawer, but I didn't come up with any clues as to where Rika-chan's house was. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. If you don't know, then just ask. Ask someone who does know. Ah, that's it. Rena's gotta know. I looked up Rena's phone number on the contact list. Verena Ryugu. There she was.
Gulp. Hello, this is Ryugu. It was the voice of a... Oh, never mind. That wasn't a very... Hello, this is Ryugu. It was the voice of a grumpy-sounding man. It must have been Rena's father. I'm calling in the middle of the night. I need to be polite. I'm sorry for calling so late at night. This is my Maibara. Is there any chance Rena is around? Rena is taking a bath. Oh, she's done. Rena, there's a friend of yours in the phone. Oh, right. Rena Ryugu was her real name, wasn't it? I'd gotten so used to calling her Rena that hearing her real name caught me a little off guard.
Hello? This is Rena.
Ah, it's me, Keiichi. Sorry for calling so late.
Huh? Keiichi-kun? What do you need at a time like this? Like this?
Well, actually, I wanted to know where Rika-chan's house is. Rena seemed a little appalled that I called her for something like that at this hour. However, she spoke her next words seriously, as if she'd caught on to how urgent my need was.
Oh, okay. Sure. You know, the assembly hall on the grounds of the Furuta Shrine? There's a 2-story shack used for storage behind it. That's where she lived.
I couldn't immediately visualize the place, but as long as I knew she lived on the shrine grounds, I just had to take a look around. Got it. Thanks. Sorry again for calling so late. Apologize to your dad for me, too, would you?
Okay, but Keiichi-kun, why do you want to know where Rika-chan lives?
Rena asked in an unusually sharp way, halting me before I could hang up the phone. I hesitated for a moment about whether to tell her. He was killed because I told him.
Keiichi-kun, if you're still listening, could you answer me? Why are you asking where Rika-chan lives at a time like this?
Rena affected her usual tone, but beneath her words lay a certain tension, like she'd intuitively sensed something was going on. What will you do, Keiichi? If it's Rena, can I tell her? He was killed because he found out. I revealed everything, so he was killed.
Keiichi-kun? Rena is being serious. Please answer me.
Rena asked me once again in a tone so forceful I couldn't imagine her even ever using it normally. I was taken aback by her vigor. Rena was Rika-chan's friend too. She had the right to be concerned about Rika-chan's disappearing. If I told Rena then, even if only for a moment, I could drive away my horrifying fears. Rena, well, I can't exactly tell you why, but...
Yes?
Rena's tone was seriousness itself. Just from that tone, I could feel her saying, no matter what you say, Keiichi-kun, I'll believe you. That subtle sense of security gave me the courage to reveal the truth. I have a feeling that Rika-chan is in danger.
You mean like a premonition? Or do you have some reason to believe she's in danger?
I really didn't have time to go back and forth with Rena about this. Still, I think listening to her calm voice soothed my pointless impatience. I don't have much reason, but yet I still hesitated. I had told Rika-chan that we had snuck into the ritual storehouse. The mayor, to whom Shion had confessed before that, had already disappeared. So it was possible that Rika-chan also... I didn't know how to explain it to Rena. While I was tongue-tied, Rena spoke up.
Sorry for asking something so weird. I thought about it, and it isn't like you need to be sure.
Rena laughed a little, seeming a bit absent-minded. I wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh, so this time I was dumbfounded. Rena continued in a cheerful yet still purposeful voice.
You're worried about a friend. I don't think you need a reason to go and check on them. Even if Rika-chan was asleep and you ended up waking her up, if that was why you did it, then none of us would get mad.
Rena, thank you.
Okay then, Keiichi-kun, just one thing. You called Rika-chan's house, right? Then you just couldn't get through, so that's why you asked me where her house is?
Yeah, that's right. I must have called her for over 10 minutes. She could just be sleeping and not have noticed.
Rika-chan's house is really small. She would definitely hear the phone ringing, even if she was asleep. Satoko-chan is there too, so there's no way neither of them would notice.
Huh? Satoko? You mean she's living with Rika-chan?
Yeah. You didn't know? Well, we can talk about that later. Anyway, if you called up much and no one answered, then something's definitely wrong.
Rena understood that the situation wasn't normal far faster than I could have ever imagined her to. I love it when Rena, like, logs in. Honestly, it made her seem dependable. However, the fact that Rena had acknowledged this also meant that the best case possibility of it all just being the result of my own needless fears went out the window.
I'll go to Rika-chan's house right now. Will you come with me? I can show you the way.
Sounds good. Let's meet up at the same place as usual. I'll be waiting for you.
No, wait. I'll come get you at your house. You just wait there. And tell your family you're coming with me to Rika-chan's house, okay?
Will that be okay? We might lose time if you come here.
Did you call Mi-chan too? She's really dependable at times like these. If you haven't, then I'll give her a call.
My thoughts froze for a moment. Shion had just told me to be careful around Mion during our phone conversation a little while ago. If the Sonosaki main house was somehow lurking behind the surface of the annual freak deaths, then the current heir to the family, Mion, wouldn't be uninvolved. So would that mean she wasn't uninvolved in what happened this year to Takano-san and Tomitake-san? And also the mayor's disappearance?
Okay, bye. I'll be right over. Wait for me.
That's all Rena said before hurriedly hanging up. Now wasn't the time to be doubting Mion. Indeed. I need to make sure Rika-chan was safe. I got changed and grabbed the key to my bike. I figured things would go more smoothly if we met up in the place we usually do before school. Rena wouldn't need to come all the way to my house. My parents would probably have objected if I told them I was leaving, so I creeped out without a word. The night was unusually warm and disagreeably humid. She said that Rika-chan and Satoko lived together, right? Then it wasn't only Rika-chan. Satoko wasn't there either? Realizing that them living together really meant caused my thoughts to immediately take a turn for the worse. This can't be. Satoko is... She's not going to do with any of this. She's got nothing to do with any of this. Even if there were a reason for Rika-chan to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Satoko. Unless, that is, if Rika-chan told her, though.
Daichi-kun!
Rena was really fast. She approached me on her bike at an amazing speed. Her breath was ragged, painting a clear picture of just how hurriedly she'd been going. Hey, Rena, let's get going.
Keiichi-kun, I told you to wait at your house.
Rena's expression was all business. Was she mad? It came out of the blue, and I faltered for a moment. Well, I just figured it would be faster to meet up here.
Keiichi-kun, don't you get it?
Rena shouted, clearly angry. I'd never seen Rena like this before. I have. Do I get it? What's the problem? Rena seemed to notice she was scaring me, took a couple of deep breaths, then continued as if admonishing me, but her expression didn't soften at all.
Keiichi-kun, the whole village is in uproar now that the elder disappeared, right?
Yeah.
Now you're telling me that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan are where they are supposed to be, right?
Yeah. That about sums it up.
Then you need to be more careful. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to be sitting out here alone in the middle of the night?
I began to understand where Rena's anger was coming from.
You told your family you'd be going to Rika-chan's house with me, didn't you? So that in the worst case scenario, if you and I were to disappear, people would know when and where we did.
Rena was perfectly level-headed in this emergency situation. Ever since the night of the Watanagashi, every night someone had died or disappeared. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't think it was every night, but that's kind of crazy. Oh my god. On the night itself, Takano-san and Tomitake-san met strange ends. On the next night, the elder vanished. Now on the next night after that, Rika-chan and Satoko were nowhere to be found. I hadn't been thinking of anyone but myself, but it wasn't enough to say that Hinamisawa was a little weird at the moment. It was in fact extremely strange. Rena had even anticipated our own disappearances and had told me to tell my family where I was going.
I was embarrassed at my own carelessness, and the need to be embarrassed made me afraid of the night. Sorry, I didn't tell them yet.
Okay, then let's go tell them together.
With Rena beside me, I wheeled back towards my house. The moon! Oh my god. The moon haunts you. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. A sky that was uselessly vast and cold. So that no matter what, it would never seem to me like a dream. This cruel fact had already confronted me. On such a crazy night, Rena had been unimaginably dependable. Hinamisawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Rena caution me against carelessness, was to me the most fearsome thing of all. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky.
Dun dun dun. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Awesome.
Let me check something. All right. Sorry. We met up with Mion on the way, and she, of course, wasn't sure whether to believe me about Rika-chan and Satoko's disappearance. Kei-chan, are you serious? I'm going to get really mad if this is a joke. Mion was clearly displeased. If this were a joke, it wasn't very funny. Sorry. There we go. I understood how indiscreet my words were. Ever since the day before yesterday, someone had either died or vanished every night. Rika-chan and Satoko disappearing after all that was something you just couldn't say, even in jest.
Mi-chan, if it really is a joke, don't get mad. Smile. It would be a joke after all. We need to go make sure whether it's a joke or not.
You're right. Sorry for getting upset. However indiscreet a joke it may have been, if we learned that our friends were safe, it would end up as nothing more than a funny story. Having been warned about that by Rena, Mion gave a dry smile, the tension she felt loosening a bit. She mounted her bicycle as well. Our 3 bicycle lights flashed down the pitch-black roads. They were some of the only illumination outside. Kei-chan, why did you suddenly decide to call and ask about Rika-chan's house at a time like this? Mion asked me the same thing that I had trouble explaining to Rena. Would it be weird to call it a premonition? I couldn't quite tell because it was dark, but I thought I could see Mion smiling very ambiguously. I definitely understood that she wasn't convinced, though, despite the darkness. Well, I had this bad dream where I was snoozing and I couldn't get it out of my head.
So, did Rika-chan get kidnapped in the dream?
Well, it was more of a vague feeling sort of thing. If Rika-chan had answered the phone, I would have called you and Rena after that. Life smoothly babbled out of my mouth. Wait, what? If Rika-chan had answered the phone, I would have called you and Rena after that. Life smoothly babbled out of my mouth, makeshift though they were. I was lying because I thought telling them I was connected to Shion would be like silently admitting we'd stolen into the ritual storehouse together that night. Mion didn't press any further. I don't know whether that convinced her. Or maybe she figured that making sure Rika-chan and Satoko were safe would be faster than making an issue of it. I felt relieved and immediately a little guilty. Mion hadn't really been acting any differently these last few days, but I'm still trying to distance myself from her for some reason. It was only because of that it was only because of what I heard from Shion and Oishi-san, that she was the successor to some kind of super extravagant gang family. No. Was I just trying to force myself to forget? Don't do that, Keiichi Maebara. Wasn't it Mion who was the first to ask about the night of the Watanagashi? In such a harsh tone at that? Have I already forgotten the terror I felt? At the time, Mion looked like someone different from the Mion I knew. When I think about that Mion, then Shion and Oishi-san's description of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. That's it, isn't it? If it wasn't for how she acted that day, then I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her now. What on earth was going on with her back then? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she had done after that. While disregarding the very first thing, the thing I should have been looking at most, wasn't I? Mion was pedaling her bicycle in front of me, her long hair fluttering in the wind. No matter how long I looked at her back, it never gave me answers of any of my questions. We went all the way to the stone steps leading up to the shrine grounds. Oh, excuse me. Of course, we weren't going to want to haul our bikes up there, so we parked them beside the staircase instead. So this is the Furude shrine.
Everybody comes and goes as they please, as if it were a park. But this place is actually a grand estate owned by the Furude family.
So the entire shrine is private property. It really makes you feel the passage of time. 10 or 20 years ago, it would have looked the exact same. Then wouldn't that mean that the Furude family is really old, with a history going back for generations?
Yeah, they're gone. That's odd.
Rena said something clearly disquieting, so I ran over to her. What's wrong, Rena?
Rika-chan and Satoko-chan always leave their bicycles here. See? They're gone.
I took a look around. Indeed, there were no other bicycles aside from the ones we'd taken to get there. Couldn't they have parked them somewhere else? Could they have brought them up the stairs?
Those girls couldn't do that, Kichi-kun.
She said, just as she said, I couldn't imagine Rika-chan and Satoko lugging their bikes all the way up there. We hadn't yet knocked on Rika-chan's door, but reality was already sparking some ideas that weren't what you'd call good. Maybe they were just parked out under some trees and we hadn't noticed them. I refused to believe that not being able to find their bikes here was proof that they disappeared. Let's go. The only way to be sure is to check their house. We all nodded and dashed up the stone steps. We passed through the red arc and came out onto the shrine grounds, which was covered in neat gravel. It was so quiet here, as though the Watanagashi festival had never happened. So where's the house they live in?
Over there. Come with me.
Rena took the lead and sprinted off. We went towards the assembly hall behind the shrine, then looped around behind it. In the darkness of the night, we found a small, prefab 2-story shack that looked like a warehouse. The lights are off. Are they sleeping?
Let's knock.
Rena and Mion neared the shack, which didn't really look like a place people would live. They had such a beautiful shrine, so I'd figured they'd live in an equally beautiful house. It was far from what I'd expected.
Rika-chan! Satoko-chan, are you there?
Rena shouted up towards the second floor. Her voice was restrained at first, but it steadily grew louder. No answer. In fact, there wasn't any sort of activity in the house at all. They might be sleeping. Let's wake them up. Mion banged on the shutter with both hands, and the loud sounds echoed into our surroundings. They would have to notice this much noise. They would turn on the light in the room, fling open the windows, and yell, "What time do you think it is?" That, however, wasn't happening. There was absolutely no response. Mion stopped slamming her fists on the shutter, and a sudden silence fell over us. Oh man. The silence aroused terrible thoughts in us. I could feel the blood draining from my face.
It's locked. I wonder if we can get into somehow.
Rena showed no signs of stopping. It didn't look like she would admit they weren't there until we went inside and saw for ourselves. That refusal to give in gave me strength. Ooh. I need water. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I really hope they're okay. Oh, what the heck? It's kind of crazy, no?
Sorry. They gotta be okay. I know, I hope. A single instance of her being stirred makes you question everything. Oh, I don't know what you were talking about. Mion, you mean? Yeah. Okay. The second story windows wouldn't be locked. I'll give them a try. K-10, a ladder. Mion brought over a ladder that was standing against the house. The footing was a little unstable for me to be climbing it, but Mion held the ladder firmly in place for me. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. My inexperience with them exposed, I climbed up one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor.
Me-chan, I'm going to get the main house just to be sure. To check the main house just to be sure, okay? I'll be right back.
Rena darted away. What? A main house? It's the Furude family's actual house. After her parents passed away, I think it's been left like that. Ah, right. Rika-chan's parents. They passed away, huh? At that point, I recalled something else. Wasn't Satoko living here too? Satoko's also an orphan. Her parents fell from a cliff because of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Then her older brother, Satoshi-kun, he disappeared. Satoshi? I've heard that name before. I remembered. He was the one who disappeared last year because of the curse. It's odd to me that she's telling him when, like, last time she was like, he was transferred. But, I don't know. Things change. Ever since then, Satoko and Rika-chan have been living in this shack. Neither of them has any family, but at least they're together. They help each other out. Brenna said, main house, didn't she? Wouldn't it be easier to live there? The curtains were drawn so I couldn't get a good look inside to see, but two young girls living together seemed like a pretty tough life. I think she tried that at first. She said it was hard though, because it reminded her of her parents. I had no idea. I feel really bad for them. They were normally so cheerful at school that I never even realized an atom of this. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, they have it hard, huh? She's cursed? Huh? Suddenly Mion said something in such a low voice that it sounded like she was really cursing someone, and I didn't let it slide. I turned around on the ladder to face her and asked again. Mion? What did you just say? I said she's cursed. Mion, still holding onto the ladder, brought her head up to look me in the eyes. As soon as our eyes met, an absolute zero jolt of electricity surged through my body. Mion's eyes clouded over, and within them boiled and bubbled a stew of chaos. They whirled around and around like a raging sea, and bubbles floated to the surface. I had at some point been trapped on this ladder, like being cornered on a dead-end street. Mion, you... Why are you making that face? I intended to follow that up with "You're going too far with this joke" and give her a forced smile. However, on such uneven footing as I was, the only thing that came out of my mouth was a hoarse groan as I desperately struggled not to let nausea overwhelm me. Satoko Hojo, she's been cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Mion answers with a response to something I never asked, as if replying to somebody else's question. The only people who fell from the park observation platform were her parents. Only her parents, who treated her like dirt, died that day. She was the only one to survive. Then, she was sent to live with her aunt, who treated her cruelly, and the aunt was killed on the night of the Watanagashi by some deviant, who beat her to death so violently her brains were everywhere, and her head an entirely different shape by the end of it. Then, Satoshi-kun, who always protected her, he suddenly disappeared on her birthday. Someone made him disappear. Even though he wasn't abusing her, the police judged him to have run away from home, but Satoshi-kun wasn't the kind of person who would do that. He was always earnest. He would never ask for anyone else's help. He would always drag himself through everything with hard work alone. He worked so hard he nearly ground his bones into dust, all for his one and only little sister, and yet someone made him disappear. She was the only thing he lived for, and yet someone made him disappear. Poor Satoshi-kun. He was never rewarded. That Satoshi-kun. How ungrateful that child is. She is cursed. All who get near her suffer the same fate. The curse kills them, or the curse makes them disappear. She cannot have any relief. She cannot have any relief. It's probably Satoko's fault that Rika-chan disappeared too. It has to be. 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 It has to. Mion was mumbling words over and over that were no longer coherent. Her shoulders were trembling so hard that I could feel it through the ladder. I almost lost my footing, which made me realize just how far the ground really was. Calm down, Mion. I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't sure she even heard me. Mion rocked back and forth and was rocking and trembling and becoming even more violent. Help me. The ladder, it's falling. Help me. Help! No helpers. Just then I heard the sound of many people running towards us. Oh, hey! Over here! I very nearly said help me outright. 4 or 5 adults, led by Rena, ran over here with flashlights.
Keiichi-kun, Mi-chan, sorry it took so long. I borrowed the key.
Oh, nice one. Seems all the windows and doors are perfectly sealed. I was getting worried. When I heard Mion talking like nothing had just happened, I again felt a chill run through me. The person currently holding the ladder in place, it was definitely Mion. It was the real Mion Sonosaki. Then, the person muttering to themselves just a few seconds ago. Who was that? The person who was mumbling about terrible things like curses. Who was that? Okay. Okay. That's interesting. What? What? Isn't it interesting? Okay. Okay, sorry. I jumped down from the ladder as if running away before Mion turned into that person who wasn't Mion a second time. The adults tried a few different keys on a keyring as she tried to open the big shutter on the first floor.
Rika-chan's house used to be a disaster shelter for the town council, so the key to the shutter is still kept in the mayor's house.
It's Rika-chan and Satoko's private residence now, though. Well, this is on Rika-chan's property anyway. Nobody complains about it. Mion gave me a smile as she said that. I, however, could only return her gaze with an aghast expression. Mion was acting all too normal now, but that only contrasted all the more sharply with her early un-Mion-like creepiness. The shutter opened for the first time in a very long while. Rena located the light switch and wasted no time going inside. I followed her in.
Rika-chan! Satoko-chan! If you're here, say something!
We climbed a narrow staircase. It had looked like nothing more than a warehouse, but now that I was inside, I could feel how lived in it was. It was a person's home. Somehow the scent of the two of them filled the place. This was definitely where Rika-chan and Satoko lived. The first floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second floor was a space entirely for living. Just like a one-room apartment, past the kitchen was a living room taking up about 150 square feet. Dressers, cupboards, and the like were packed into the space, and in the corner there was a huge pile of clothes that appeared to have just been taken in from drying outside. In the center of the living room was a fold-up table, and on it were small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing. The sense of a frugal lifestyle drifted from all of it. It was strange that they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults, climbing the stairs one at a time, began to make a fuss and talk amongst themselves. So, not here?
Yeah, they're not here. This is definitely weird. Thank you for the raid, Takara. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good time. This is a visual novel. We're a little bit far into the story, but if you want to stick around, I hope you can enjoy it. The village had just been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. Then, today, even Rika-chan and Satoko had. Were they out playing somewhere together? That can't be. Their bicycles aren't here, though. Where would they have gone so late at night? Have they just not come back yet? Where did they go? The adults put forth various possibilities, and the house immediately devolved into a state of confusion. Eventually, Mion settled them down. I don't want to believe it, but the mayor Kimiyoshi disappeared yesterday. We can't say that this is unrelated. The adults' faces paled at Mion's declaration. Mai and Rena's did as well. Let's see. They could have gone nearby for some tea or something, then accidentally fallen asleep. Whoever invited them might just not be able to wake them up at all, too. Let's eliminate that possibility first. Makino-san, please go around to the houses near the stream. Keitaro-san, go look near Ojaga Lake. Okamura-san, you... Mion promptly gave directions to the villagers. The adults followed them without hesitation despite her age. We'll remain here and call up anyone we can think of on the phone. Okay, everyone, you have your orders. Got it. The adults all roared in reply and pounded back down the stairs below. Wow, she's a boss lady. It's crazy. Oh, Mi-chan! You're not only chairperson of the school, but Hinamizawa too.
Now time for jokes. Hey, step aside. This old man is using the phone. Mion grinned proudly, took the receiver, and got started. Rena gave Mion a sorry, that's not what that says. Rena gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for doing all this. My feelings, though, were a little more complicated, since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonosaki family successor impression that Shion and Oishi-san had given me. Stop right there, Keiichi Maebara. None of that matters right now. The most important thing is to make sure Rika-chan and Satoko are safe. Let's see. Couldn't there be a clue hinting at where they might have gone somewhere in this room? Still, though, I wouldn't know what to look for anyway. If we tore the whole place apart and figured out what was different from before, we might be able to speculate, but there was nothing strange about this room, and there were no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never been here before. There was no way for me to know what was different if I didn't know how the room usually looked. Hey, don't give up, Keiichi Maebara. Stop thinking and start looking for something. In search of something, I tried pulling open the dresser drawers and opened the windows. I didn't uncover anything meaningful, though. Rena, also unable to stand around doing nothing, was looking around the room like I was. Rena, I don't think you'll find Rika-chan by opening the refrigerator or the cabinet underneath the sink.
I just thought they might be hiding. How?
As we were searching, it got noisy outside. Villagers were quickly assembling here, having heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people Mion had called. I'll go tell everyone what's going on. The police will be here sooner or later, too. We'll need to explain the situation to Oishi. Mion began descending the stairs, and we followed her out of the front of the house. There were already around 10 adults here, and all of them looked uneasy. I suddenly noticed that the old people from the shrine were here as well, and they were praying for Rika-chan's safety, rubbing their prayer beads. This had gotten bad. This wasn't just a problem between friends anymore. Mion-chan, is it true that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan aren't anywhere to be found? The villagers all formed a ring around Mion, swarming her. Mion raised her right hand as if silently telling them to calm down. First, let's check every house according to the town council's notification division and see if they're visiting anyone. After all, they could be fast asleep at someone's house and totally unaware that we're looking for them. It would definitely be hard for someone to wake up Rika-chan if she had eaten a good full meal and fallen asleep like a kitten afterwards. Oh, how nice it would be if that was the case. I don't want to think about this, but it's also possible something bad has happened. Neil's face grew remarkably more grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults. We should divide up the work, too. We'll go around to all the places we went last night while looking for the mayor. We'll go look around the dam construction site as best as we can. You guys, go search around the school. Right! Let's get a move on. Come on, let's go. All of you were up all night looking for the mayor. I know you're all low on sleep, but please, do your best. Got it. Aw, I do really like that about Hinamisawa. It's like they all come together to help each other, and I think that's really nice, you know? Yeah. I'm thinking about something, but I can't quite disclose it. I'm just... Okay, sorry. With that as their signal, the adults scattered in every direction. I figured I should scatter somewhere as well, so I started walking unsteadily in a direction no one else had gone in. I am under NDA with the Sonosaki family. You're so right. I love Mio so much. I love her too. I don't like when she crashed out though. I really didn't like that. I was getting farther and farther from people. I didn't feel scared or anything though. If someone were made to disappear, Shion and I would be first. It would have been perfectly normal for me to be scared of the dark. However, I didn't feel that way. Why was that? It was because tonight, someone had already disappeared. So nobody else would disappear tonight. It would take some time before exhausted as I was, would feel guilt at the cost of my own selfish sense of relief. Dun 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 dun. Higurashi no kokoro ni. Higurashi no kokoro ni. Oh my god. That's great. The music is so beautiful. Oh my god, the animated background. Suddenly my vision cleared and a cold wind caressed my body. Wait, hold on. I need to take a moment to breathe. I keep wanting to read so much and like my throat I'm still dying, so give me just 1 second. Oh. I love this part, yeah. I love the village. Honestly, I would love to go to the village it's based on. Shirakawa-go. Excuse me. Okay. I love that the fans made this because it does not look like this in the OG. Oh, really? I mean, I know that the background and like the characters are certainly different, but the backgrounds are like pictures with like maybe like photo bashing a little bit, but yeah. Oh, you're right. I could do that. I could swap it for a moment. It's so interesting that I can just do that. Oh, I don't know if I can though for the backgrounds. Can I? Just so we can see them. Wait, let me see. Just in case. Oh shoot. Okay, sorry. Graphics. CGs? Is this? I think this is it. Oh no, background style here. Oh, it's so bad. Look, Parsley's, it's so different. It's not nearly as good. It's pretty bad. I don't like it. I really don't. It's so much better, like this version. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, no, it's super cool. All of the background art for this game is freaking awesome. I really, really, really like it, honestly. Oh, maybe I can do this. Wait a minute. I'm scared that it's gonna break everything, but let me see. Really quickly. Would this work? Oh my god, I could do that this entire time? Sorry, I'm discovering things in this menu. That's my bad. Okay. And there are also other art like sprites that I could show you technically, so maybe I can do that in just a moment. All right. Let's go. Suddenly my vision cleared and a cold wind caressed my body. This was the hill from which you could see the whole village. Looking down from this hill, I could see lights on here and there, and knew that the entire village had awoken from its slumber. First, Takano-san and Tomitake-san, then the mayor, and now even Rika-chan and Satoko had been sacrificed, and word of it was spreading everywhere. The strength in my knees left me. He's jumping to conclusions, bro. Like, it's not even, like, do we know if they were sacrificed? It's kind of crazy to just, like, say outright. The strength in my knees left me. This could no longer be a joke. We could have found them. Mian would have told me if I was a worrywart. Rena would just be glad we did. And they would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared as if I were awakening from a dream. That was what the view I could see was telling me. Following my niece, my arms both bent forward onto the ground and I clawed at it with my nails. Following my knees, my arms both bent forward onto the ground and I clawed at it with my nails. You're what? You clawed what? I couldn't figure out if I was feeling sorrow or frustration. Is this my fault? Oh, the ground. Okay, I was scared. I was like, clawed at the... Not again, bro. I couldn't endure the burden of my own sin, and I had just told Rika-chan about it. They had nothing to do with it, but Rika-chan and even Satoko had been sacrificed. It was like a cross that Shion and I would each have to bear the weight off until we ourselves were erased. Well, if I'm going that far, then the problem started long before that. My original sin of breaking taboo and entering the ritual storehouse without asking. I knew I shouldn't have gone in there from the start, yet I lost out to cheap curiosity. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this very moment. There was a crunching sound. I wasn't even interested in who made the noise, despondent as I was.
Keiichi-kun! Keiichi-kun! Are you okay?
It was Rena. Perhaps my clawing at the ground made it look as though I was having stomach pains. She ran over and rubbed my back to make me feel better. Oh, I love her. This is all my fault. It's because of me. It's my fault.
Keiichi-kun's fault? You didn't do anything wrong. Please don't blame yourself for this.
I could tell Rena was doing her best to choose the right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Keiichi-kun, you know why Rika-chan and Satoko-chan disappeared, don't you? Is what she really meant to say. Because it was an emergency, Rena had ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure Rika-chan was safe, but
Now that we'd actually confirmed her disappearance, it was only natural Rena would start to wonder about why. However, with the situation having gone this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. I didn't want to admit that Rika-chan and Satoko had disappeared, but I couldn't let Rena disappear either.
Kichi-kun, if you stay here out here in the wind, you'll catch a cold.
Rena sat down, bringing her eyes level with mine.
They told us that children should go back home to sleep.
Rena showed me her watch as she said that. It was long past 1 in the morning. Time was passing too quickly. Had I been crawling around here for that long?
If we don't sleep soon, we'll have trouble getting up for school tomorrow. Even the adults are really worn out since they were up searching for the mayor last night too. They were saying they'd break up a little earlier tonight.
I was a little upset that they weren't allotting as much time to this as they had to search for the mayor last night. But that was something the cause of everything, had no right to criticize them for.
It's all right. The police arrived a little while ago. Look, there's police cars coming into the village right now.
Hearing that remark, I looked down at the village to see that there were indeed more cars than one would normally expect at this hour, coming from the darkness on the other side of the mountain. However, none of their emergency lights were on. Of course, their sirens weren't wailing either. That's right. All of the incidents that occurred right after Watanagashi were seen as the product of Royashiro-sama's curse, and would be handled in secrecy. Rika-chan and Satoko too. Their disappearance would end up exactly like the other serial incidents in the past. Surreptitious? Yes. Unresolved. Declared a mystery and disappeared from memory. At this point, I would have moved to Tokyo. Well, Rika-chan's face, her sweet face, like a Western doll's, would fade away. Satoko's smile, her energetic fanged smile, would fade away. The more I tried to remember them, the less I would be able to. I deserved to be called an idiot dozens of times over, and it wouldn't be enough. I couldn't hold back the tears at my own sheer stupidity.
I don't know that you're blaming yourself, what you're blaming yourself for, Kichi-kun, but you should stop.
I wasn't about to deny it. I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I want to at least keep Rena out of this. If she found out, she would become involved. Please, Rena, could you just leave me alone? Even if I went home, I wouldn't be able to sleep. 1 sec.
Okay.
If I couldn't get to sleep, then I at least wanted to search for Rika-chan and Satoko until I collapsed. The entire village was looking, and yet they still hadn't been found. I don't think I'd be able to find them if I went looking alone at this point. Still, I had to do it. They disappeared because of me. I couldn't possibly go to sleep while other people are out there searching. I said that to myself in self-deprecation, but I soon realized that Rena was silently trying to find the meaning in my mumblings. I realized I had misspoke.
It's Kichi-kun's fault? Why do you think that? Why?
That can't be. Kichi-kun, you're not at fault. I was happy that Rena said these things to me, but she only did so because she didn't know the truth. If she knew that everything had been caused by my breaking taboo on the night of Watanagashi, then even Rena would curse my existence. However, I can't even allow for those curses. That would mean confessing my own crimes to Rena. If I spilled even one word of having snuck into the ritual storehouse on the night of Watanagashi, then even Rena could disappear tomorrow night. The gentle, spirited, always joking, always bowing, but at a time like this, the more dependable person in the world, Rena, might disappear. I don't want that. Anything but that. This time I need to bear my own cross alone.
Kichi-kun, I know that you always have your friends in your heart. I can really understand feeling like you want to kick yourself. Rena knows, though, that it's not Kichi-kun's fault. You did nothing wrong, Kichi-kun, and I know that.
You know that? The shivering in my veins rushed up my back and replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe I accidentally said something that caused Rena to figure it out. This is bad. Now, Rena will disappear. Rena will disappear. Rena will disappear. Then Rena, the same way I always did, grabbed my head and began to pet it roughly.
Kichi-kun, are you thinking that Rena might disappear right now too? Because of Oyashiro-sama's curse?
She puts more force into the hand rubbing in my head.
You don't need to worry about that. Rena isn't going anywhere. I promise.
Why? How can you say that with such confidence? I mean, someone's been sacrificed even every night so far. There was no proof that it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. There was even less proof, after all, that the sacrifice wouldn't be Rena. I don't care who you are. Just please, if you're going to erase someone, erase me first. Please, stop cruelly getting rid of the people we're close to, like the mayor for Shion and Rika-chan and Satoko for me.
He's growing, isn't he?
Ah, Kichi-kun. Shion's hysterical shouting came back to mind. They must be planning to kill us all last of all. They're not killing the first people who come to mind. They start killing those we're close to, and then after they've caused so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. Rena, please don't disappear. Please don't. As long as I'm still here, I could no longer conceal the sobs swelling up within me.
Come on, Kichi-kun. Crying doesn't suit you. Let's go back to the others. The housewives are cooking some miso soup for us. It'll warm you up and calm you down.
Rena prompted me to stand. I didn't have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. We returned to the shrine grounds to find several gas stoves there with miso soup in big pots. The many villagers were slipped at the soup. They were given in dead, stony silence. Their expressions were absolutely exhausted. Everyone had just been running around the village until a little while ago. From the dreary look on their faces, though, I assumed they hadn't come up with anything yet. Keitan, where did you go? I was worried you disappeared too. Sorry. Mion held out some miso soup for me, but I refused the offer. I didn't have much of an appetite.
Miito, how is it? Did you find any clues?
Mion took a sip of her soup, her expression frank. None at all. School ended and they went home. Then the two of them went somewhere on their bicycles. Moreover, nobody ever saw them riding their bikes, so... When it gets dark out in Hinamisawa, people quickly vanish from the streets. Aside from adults hurrying back home from town in cars or on bicycles, it was normal to see absolutely nobody walking around outside. It wasn't all that strange that nobody had seen Rika-chan and Satoko riding their bikes. It was the same last night with the mayor. There's no hope. Mion's apathetic tone pricked my nerves, but that anger quickly subsided. She had been doing all sorts of things to try and find Rika-chan until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'd probably say she was up all night, last night too, looking for the mayor, wouldn't she? She must have been far more fatigued than I was.
Rhea, thank you for the raid! Hope you had a good time on stream. Welcome, welcome. We're playing Higurashi, so be wary of spoilers. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. Hope you had fun. Hope you had fun. Welcome. Your hair is green for an amazing reason. Do you like Higurashi, Rhea?
Alright, let's see. Besides, what about me? I had spent the time hunched over in indecision all alone. I had no right to say anything about Mion.
I hear it's amazing. It's so good! I love it. I've been playing and voice acting it. It's awesome.
Keitan,
I know it's hard, but let's turn in for the night. We just decided we should break up the search for now. Drink this and let's call it quits.
Is this the end?
Oh no, of course not. Once it's bright out again, we'll do a thorough search for the police with the police's help. The police's help, sorry. They could have gone to Okinomiya too. People are even saying we should go through all of Shishimone City, investigating whether there are any witnesses for both the girls and the mayor. Anyway, what happened, Kei-chan? Where did you go off to? You vanished all of a sudden. I was really worried. Suddenly, I was on the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to respond. Sorry, I'll be more careful. Nothing happened? There wasn't anyone suspicious spying on or stalking you? Nothing like that? Mion demanded with a serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I had been. Despite being in so much pain, I was frustrated. I was being criticized, but it was my sin. My sin, and I must bear it alone. Nothing. I'll be careful either way. Sorry. Mion, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders, looking relieved. Yeah, be prepared for kind of like gory scenes, okay?
Oh god. Oh my. I knew I smelled something good coming over here. I'd be much obliged if you allowed me to have some. We hear the repulsive voice of a fat man.
Oh my god. Like, of all the things you can say about Oishi, why have you have to say that? Bro, maybe arrogant, yes. Cocky, sure. Instigative, 100%. Practitioner of illegal activities, although he's a policeman, sure. AKA corrupt, yes, very much so. Why do you have to... There are so many ways to describe it.
It was Oishi-san, trailed by a handful of police officers. He was acting energetically in a way unfitting given the situation.
There's not much left, but you can have some if you want.
Mion didn't like Oishi-san very much. Her cold attitude, though, didn't seem to bother Oishi-san in the slightest. It was like splashing water in a frog's face. Well now, miso soup leftovers have a bit too much salt for my taste. Confound it. Would you like any? Would you all like any? There we go. He recommended it to his subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused.
So, have the police gotten hold of any clues?
Rena's smile was warm enough to replace the miso soup.
Miso soup? I keep thinking, when they talk about miso soup, I keep thinking like, there's only soup!
Don't you worry, little missy. Everything's fine. We're searching for them real good.
I'm a soup! Exactly. He didn't say a word about having found any new clues.
In other words, there had been no progress. That sure was an annoying way of beating around the bush. In any case, it really has gotten late. All you youngsters should get on home and get some sleep. It'll be bad for your health otherwise.
Yeah. Hey-chan, Rena, get some rest. These guys get our tax money. They'll handle it from here on for us.
We're taxpayers too, you know. I feel like a soba noodle chef eating my own soba. Soup. I really wasn't in the mood for laughter. In fact, Oishi-san was the only one laughing like an idiot.
Okay, seriously, please do your best. Let's go home, Kichi-kun. It'll be harder to wake up tomorrow if we don't.
Yes, that's right. I can always bring you home if you need. Kuma-chan, why don't you bring the car around? No thanks. We came on our bicycles, so... No need to worry. We came in a truck. We'll just throw the bikes in the back. We may have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just needed to ride home at this point. I didn't want to bother the police like that. Rana, however, nodded.
Okay, if you insist, we'd appreciate it. It's probably safer than if we went back alone.
When I thought about it carefully, I realized that Rena's idea was extremely rational. Now that it's decided, let's get a move on. Shall we?
Okay, bye. Good night, Rena, Kitan.
Yeah, Mi-chan, you go to bed too, okay? Good night.
I waved my hand as well, saying goodbye. Rika-chan and Satoko still hadn't been found. My unease, however, was steadily being pushed away by sleepiness. Rena showed the police where our bicycles were so that Oishi-san could hold them up into the truck. He prompted us to get into the back seat. I need to stretch. Excuse me. I could hear the springs squeaking as I sat down onto a seat that would normally hurt my rear end. But at this point, it was very soft and was more than comfortable enough for me to fall asleep on. Ladies first. We'll start with the little Miss's house. Where do you live?
Thank you. My house is, well...
Rena's voice slowly grew distant. I felt myself being sucked into the void of sleep. He's so real. Hello, Maibara-san. Are you asleep back there? When I came to, it was quiet. The car was parked. Oh my god, came to. V has come to. Oishi-san was giving me light slaps on the cheek. It didn't feel good at all, so I woke up immediately. Sorry, I fell asleep. Something was being held right under my nose. A clump of metal. It was a can of coffee. It's lukewarm by now. But café au lait. Au lait? Why did I say it like that? I literally study French. Café au lait. I don't know how to say it though. I forgot. Whatever. Milk coffee is good even at room temperature. Oh, thanks. I mechanically took the can and opened the pull top. The feeling of the warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleepy mind. Café au lait. I think that's how you say that. Maybe. I don't know. When my drowsiness receded, I started wanting to know why the car was stopped and why I was offered coffee. Oishi-san, who had been in the driver's seat, had at some point moved to the back. Creepy! Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. It reminded me of the questioning yesterday at the library. It was already too late by the time I realized I'd made a mistake. Today, of all days, it didn't look like I would be getting away. I had a feeling that until Oishi-san heard what he wanted to, he wouldn't be letting me go. Please don't get all formal on me. I'm not going to eat you or anything, Maibara-san. Imagine saying that to a kid that, like, whose friends just disappeared. Oishi-san gulped down the last of his coffee, then stretched wide, showing how relaxed he was. That, however, only served to heighten my nervousness. What do you need from me? Need? Oh, no. Nothing, really. You're going to evade the question at this point? What a deeply unreadable man. Well, I don't need you for anything. I just thought that you might need something from me, Maibara-san. I don't need anything. I see. Really? Are you sure there's nothing? There was only one side door in the back seat of his truck. In other words, my only exit was blocked off by Oishi-san. I couldn't get away. I could only limply hang my head and maintain my silence. Oishi-san, despite my reticence, relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. The cries of the insects outside seemed to be growing longer and longer to an amount of time that almost seemed infinite. Here I was, sure that you had something you wanted to talk to me about. Oishi-san exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smoke still accumulated inside the vehicle. How much did Oishi-san know? What did he know, and what did he want to hear from me? If finding out the truth made it disappear, then if I told him, would Oishi-san disappear too? I had a feeling that I didn't need to worry about that in this case. I wonder how all this ended up happening. Oishi-san addressed me in a low tone as if he was talking to himself. How all this ended up happening? How the hell should I know? That was what I wanted to know.
You know Jiro Tomitake-san and Mio Takano-san, right? I know you do, because I personally witnessed you with them during the festival, along with Shion Sonosaki-san. Do you know how Tomitake-san and Takano-san are doing now? They've actually, well, passed away. They met very untimely deaths. Oishi-san probably played that card in order to surprise me. However, I already knew and didn't display the extreme reaction he expected. What's this? Did you already know? Unfortunately for this question in particular, remaining silent was equivalent to saying yes. Oh, so did you also know the reason Tomitake-san and Takano-san were cursed like that? People are saying that apparently they went into some forbidden building. The storehouse for ritual implements. That forbidden shed, sealing away Hinamizawa's blood-stained path. Past? Where the mistake that started it all happened. Do you know about the rumors that say the mayor and Rika Furude were cursed because of that too? That would mean it was mine and Shion's fault. He was right. As soon as we revealed what we did. What did they call it? A ritual storehouse? They are saying it was bad luck. The lock to it had been replaced by a simpler one, which made it easier for thieves to get inside. What? This was news to me. Until last year, it apparently had these big bars and a huge padlock on it. I mean, you know, ever since the priest and his wife passed away, Rika Furude-san has been managing the place, right? Apparently, she talked to the mayor saying she wanted them replaced with a lighter, more simple padlock because the bars were too heavy for her. I didn't know anything about those big bars he was talking about, but the lock had certainly been a simple one. It was a pretty cheap one, too, and it didn't really fit my impression of what a lock for a place you'd store something as important as ritual implements would look like. Rika-san is a small girl, after all. The bars were heavy with rust, and they must have cost her a lot of trouble. So the mayor hired a craftsman and replaced the lock with a simple padlock so she could open it with a key. So how does that mean it was bad luck? Here's what I'm saying. Thieves couldn't get in with the old, thick lock. The mayor and Rika-san replaced it with a cheap lock and key on their own, so thieves broke into it. Apparently, that's how it's going down. That explanation is a bit... Letting that aside, certain members of the village delivered punishment upon the thieves who stole into the ritual storehouse, as well as the mayor and Rika-san who changed the lock. At least those are the whispers that seem to be going around. Maebara-san, what do you think? What do I think? I don't really know what you mean by certain members of the village. Are you familiar with the three families? Representatives from each of them gave short addresses at the Watanagashi festival's opening ceremony. Did you see them? I came partway through the festival, so I don't really... The three families are the three oldest families in Hinamizawa. To give actual names, the Kimiyoshi family, the Sonosaki family, and the Furude family. They each have quite the lineage, it seems. Long ago, it said that everything in the village was decided by a council of the three families. The Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi meaning the mayor's family. The Sonosaki family was Mion's, so the Furude family was Rika-chan's family then. Oh, that's... yeah. After the war, the Sonosaki family quickly expanded their influence, practically speaking, after leading the fight against the construction during the dam conflict. They jumped to the top of the hierarchy in Hinamizawa. You see, though, in accordance with the old ways, they still decide important village matters only after consulting with the three families. That's why the leaders of the three families each have their own address at the start of Watanagashi. In other words, the mayor, the old lady currently in charge of the Sonosaki family, and the last remaining member of the Furude family, Rika-chan. I heard that the Sonosaki family was pretty high up there, so Rika-chan's family was just as old? Well, if you're aware, she has no relatives at all. In reality, the Furude family holds pretty much no influence. However, it seems like people gravitate towards Rika-chan on a personal level, and I hear that many of the village elderly have blind faith in her. It was certainly true that Rika-chan had an odd sort of charisma amongst the elderly, So, what are you telling me about all this three family stuff for? Oishi-san paused for emphasis, lighting another cigarette. I've explained a lot, but I suppose it's still not enough. I'm asking because I don't understand. Oishi gave me a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another big puff of smoke. Members of the three families are disappearing one after the other. That's what I'm talking about. I've read that it's based on some kind of old traditions inherent in Hinamisawa, but I don't know much beyond that. I don't know anything about it either. That's why I'm asking. The leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Furuta families have disappeared, so maybe the leader of the Sonosaki family will disappear next. Well, that's just a random idea bouncing around in my head at the moment. Kidding, really. The leader of the Sonosaki family? Who is it? The current leader is the old lady at their main house, but it wouldn't be incorrect to say that practically all the rights of leadership have been transferred to her granddaughter, Mion-san. The visage of Mion giving prompt directions to the adults while searching for Rika-chan sprung back to mind. Mion? Mion? She's gonna disappear? I hadn't even thought of that possibility. All my hair stood on end. That's insane. Nobody wants that, right? Of course not. We can't allow that. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders with both hands. Then help us, Maebara-san. Huh? If there's anything you've noticed about Mion Sonosaki lately, please tell me. I was going along with him. By the time I realized it was too late, Oishi-san brought his face in closer, almost close enough to ram it into me, waiting for my next words. This pressure. I can't tear my eyes away from this. That moment, I heard a beeping sound. It was from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but then it started to bother him, so he finally let go of me and leaned into the driver's seat. Hello. Yep, loud and clear. I was saved. Of course, it's not like I could use this opening to escape. Oh, I see. Yes, all right. Let's head back then. Yes. Okay. Apparently, he was being recalled. Now that I knew I'd be freed, the tension in my body dissipated all at once. It looks like I need to get going. We were just getting to the good part, too. That's too bad. Oishi-san flung open the door, excited, and walked around the front to the driver's seat. He left the door open. Did that mean I could leave? You really care about your friends, Maebara-san. An admirable trait for a kid to have in this day and age. I totally understand that it feels like you'd be betraying them if you told the police anything. Maebara-san, it's the middle of the night, so get a good night's sleep and then think about it. Just a little bit of courage from you might end up being what saves many of your friends in the end. Did he want to say that the sacrifices wouldn't stop with Rika-chan and Satoko? You know this already, but every night since Watanagashi, something has happened. In the past, the curse only occurred once per year, but this time it's been going on for days. What a prosperous year this has been. I don't think you can call that prosperous. The night before last night, and now today. There's no proof that something won't happen tomorrow night as well. It's our job to prevent such things before they happen, but for that, we need your cooperation, Maebara-san. I looked out the open door to see none other than my own house right in front of me. It creeped me out that he knew my name and address, but I was too sleepy right now. I was too sleepy to care. Well, you're probably tired. It's already 3 a.m. Please get yourself good rest. Yes, sir. I'll be going now. When I was about to get out of the truck, as if to deliver a parting blow, Oishi-san said in a raised voice, I'll be coming by every day until you feel like talking, all right? I don't believe forcing you to confess in an interrogation room is really in fashion these days. I couldn't say anything in response, but me slamming the door shut probably served the same purpose. After lightly beeping the horn, Oishi-san's truck drove off. I went to the front door without waving goodbye. The door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I unlocked the door and entered. Then walked over to the staircase. that was where I lost consciousness.
Higurashi when they cry. And that's it for today, Parsleys. And that's it for today, indeed. Oh! I'm really excited. I'm really excited to keep going. I think we finish this really soon. I was gonna ask. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna ask in the Discord server. I'm gonna pull up a poll. I don't know. Maybe Saturdays are better for streaming this in terms of like my voice is less tired, less worn. But I don't know if it's better for availability and stuff like that. So I will check because I know some of you are making like time specifically to watch this. But yeah. I hope you had fun. Did you enjoy today's progress? Wasn't that so cool? Ooh, I love Higurashi. Wow, I certainly enjoy it. Honestly, like, it is very self-indulgent for me. Like, I really wanted to just, like, stream this, and I'm really happy that we have been. I'm really, really glad. But I'm so glad that, you know, so many of you enjoy it so much as well. Like, I guess that's something that I wasn't sure if it would happen or not, but it's like, that's exactly what I wanted. Like, I wanted to show more people the beauty of Higurashi. Ah, I love it. Also, I'll be back tomorrow for Kingdom Hearts 2. For more Kingdom Hearts 2, so I hope you're excited for that. And just in case I forget, because I don't know if I will remember, but thanks again for, you know, getting me so close to Partner Plus level 2 this month. I don't really, like, nudge very much for it, but I'm really grateful that we are even, like, close at all. So thank you, you know, I really appreciate it. What else? What other piece of information should I give you before we part ways for the evening? I think that will be it for today. But yeah, I'll pull up a poll on our Discord server if you want to read it. Also, if anybody has watched today's stream and doesn't understand the story, like I said, I have the document pinned in chat, and I usually comment it on my YouTube VODs, so people can read more or less the summary, and I will update it before we play the next part. Because I just really enjoy writing summaries anyways, and I want more of you to be able to enjoy. And it's truly like a really short read. I think each chapter that I summarized will take you like 5-10 minutes tops. I mean, I'm a pretty fast reader, but I don't know. I hope that you've been enjoying, and that, you know, if any of you have used the summary, please let me know if you find it, you know, clear and understandable and all that stuff. And yeah, all right, everybody, we're gonna go ahead and end for the evening. But thank you so much. I appreciate all of you, and I'll see you around, okay? Otsugi, everybody! I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye!